You ready to go, or you want to give it a couple more minutes? Okay, okay. No problem. Take your time.
That's from, not very much, yeah. That value's really great. But Joshua tree is fantastic. Here we were at the tie is out what we were wearing at the top. Yeah.
Go. She's ready. She's not ready.
This morning about the signal text thing, is that what you're talking about?
Then hopefully we'll get direction next week.
Oh,
from
yeah.
the city
You
council.
know, we conducted all of
Like
the
you said,
certain discussions on the signal channel accidentally appeared in the journal
speak in person.
from the election.
Online.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this special meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 4:35 p.m. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barron. Here. Councilmember Dramoff. Here. Councilmember Buder. Oh, that just hurt my librarian heart. Mayor Pro Tem Delves.
Here.
Mayor Byrne.
Here.
We have a quorum and all are present.
And thank you for filling in for Nova. Ashley, we appreciate that. So welcome to all attending today in person and remotely. This meeting is conducted in a hybrid format. For those participating via Zoom, we appreciate your patience should we encounter technical difficulties, and we'll address those promptly. You can also view our live stream on the city's YouTube page if you don't wish to speak. Public comment will be accepted on each agenda item only today. There'll be no public comment at the beginning. This is a special meeting. We'll first hear those present in person, followed by Zoom participants. To keep the meeting moving along, we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. While stating your name is optional, it helps us accurately reflect your participation in the meeting minutes. We'll now move on to the orders of business. Chip, I think you had a comment before we get started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder for everyone, we do have our housing element amendment meeting tomorrow at 5 p.m., so almost 24 hours from now. At Carpenter Hall, again, 5 p.m. with our colleagues from the AHA group. So please, it's a very important meeting. We'd love to see you there. Oh, and it is a noticed meeting of the Planning Commission, but since it is noticed, the entire council is welcome to attend as well.
Thank you. And this is a special meeting. We'd like to thank all of you who attended in person and on Zoom. I wish there were more people here because this meeting is how we determine how we're going to spend your money and invest your money and the projects that we're going to do that will make all of you happy. So please encourage your friends to show up at the next time we do this because there will be a couple of these. And it is critically important that we get public feedback. So thank you for being here tonight. Item 1 is a recap of the February Council Priorities Workshop and providing direction on the project list. I'll turn this over to City Administrator. I guess I'm going to turn it over to Brandon. Are you going to run this? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Assistant City Administrator Brandon Swanson, and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council, and everyone joining us tonight. So just a quick forward on this. You're going to have a series of presentations tonight that are all separate but related. I'm going to start by going through a recap on the Strategic Priorities Workshop that you did. Following that, you're going to hear from Jamie Fields, our Finance Manager, about the 5-year financial forecast. And then our Public Works team, Mary and Javier, will come up and talk about our CIP. And then lastly, we're going to end on some conversations about budgeting policy related to the CIP. So while they're all separate, they are related. We're going to finish the priorities discussion in its entirety, but then those three, the last three that I mentioned, will stream together for you. I will say also at the outset, traditionally we have one meeting on the CIP, and then you see it again in May when we come back with the whole budget put back together. But as you'll see tonight, we have questions for you with respect to budget policy, specifically related to CIP. So you may direct us, and we would suggest you to direct us to come back at a midterm there with a more put together CIP. So we're not necessarily recommending tonight as our final version of CIP. We wanted to have these policy conversations with you and tell you where we're at in the world. So that's the sort of lead in, not only for myself for this item, but for my colleagues that are going to follow me afterwards. So a quick recap, on February 27th, we had a workshop that was really well attended. That's a regular meeting that we have to review and provide direction on those strategic priorities that the council has had for several years now. Prior to that meeting, you may remember, there was a request of staff to create a list of projects that were recommended by staff as priorities based on our individual department goals, more at an operational level. But we also included proposed new strategic categories, which we'll talk about in a little bit. At the meeting, we received public feedback on that proposed staff list and the proposed categories, as well as council's existing list. And I'm going to use those terms tonight. The proposed list is what staff came to council with, and the council existing list is what has existed for several years and has actually been blessed by the full council. Council provided feedback on their existing list and put everything into 4 buckets, either keep, meaning keep working on it, calling it a routine item, meaning that it comes off of the strategic priorities list and really just falls in day-to-day operations of the departments. Put it on a parking lot, meaning that it's important, but maybe not right this minute, so let's not lose track of it, but we're not going to work on it right now. And done, which is obvious, means it's done. So because of all the work that we didn't have time to consider the staff proposed list other than to receive a presentation on it. So what are we doing today? We're going to give you a recap of the outcomes of your list, of the council's list, those 4 buckets that I just mentioned. We're going to review quickly the proposed staff list that was given to you and those category names. Again, these all came out in a packet prior to the meeting. And then hopefully receive direction on how to get to an official council list and category names that either blends the staff proposed with the council's original or keeps us at where we were before. So once we can get some clarity on what the actual list is, then the next step will be creating some sort of scoring or prioritization methodology for council to use for us to move forward on that list. So I want to start by recognizing that this whole process is confusing, it's messy, and especially because we're trying some new things. So we appreciate you bearing with us, and we welcome any feedback, including how to do these lists. We're just coming with ideas here at this point. So again, we're going to start with just the recap. I'm not going to read all these items to you, but council opted to keep a host of items as ongoing priorities. They're up on the board. The names of these projects or priorities have not changed from the workshop. These were the names of the items that were shown to you at the workshop. This was also in your packet. So these will be the things, if we stick with just the original council list, that we'll just keep working on. We have items that were moved over to the routine bucket, meaning that these are things that departments would be expected to do in their day-to-day. So they really would fall off of the council priority list for all intents and purposes, but we would recognize that they will keep going. Those are on the list there. The parking lot is where we set things that council said are important, not to lose track of. Things like Flanders Mansion and the Scout House and the TOT increase. These are all very important things to keep in mind, but not something we should be actively working on in the moment until we free up some more capacity. And then here's the list of items that were completed that we shared with you at the workshop. So here's where we're going to possibly, I'm possibly going to confuse you and everyone else, because I'm going to try to get us through the staff recommended stuff that we shared with you at the workshop. So we're going to start at a high level. Currently on the left-hand side of the screen, you have your existing council categories. These are the 5 buckets, essentially, that all of those projects we just went through fall into, one of those 5 buckets. These terms were accepted and approved by the council several years ago as part of one of these strategic workshops. When staff prepared the proposed list, which again is not adopted by council, it's just proposed by staff, we also expanded the category titles to make them a little more actionable, a little easier to measure, and a little more granular. That was the idea. For example, infrastructure became maintaining public safety and infrastructure. So there's a bit of a verb to that, doing something to the category. So this is what was proposed. Again, the stuff on the left is already approved and adopted by council. Staff recommended the box on the right. So let's go through that list. It's all up on the screen. I'm not going to read every single one, but the notion of the list that staff brought forward to City Council and shared with the public was that we wanted to not only provide items that were more project and action based, but also things that we were keeping in our departments as goals and outcomes we wanted to see happen. We were asked the question under the context of money being no object, make it more actionable, and department goals that can benefit the city. So a good example of this is on the council approved list, there was an item that was called beach infrastructure. That was one item on the council approved strategic priorities list. The staff list essentially blew that up, expanded that to be more granular, to include things like the ramp, the 4th outfall, the stairs, and the revetments. So in essence, those 4 items and the beach infrastructure repairs, those 5 items roll up into one item that was on council's list before. It's just meant to be more granular. So on the outset, it looks like the list got much larger, but in many cases, it was just an expansion and more granular detail on things that were already on council's list to make it easier to track and understand what was getting done. So that was the first half of the list. Second half of the list, it's all what's in your packet and what we talked about there. Again, I don't want to go through these line by line, because really the question today is just how to, if at all, meld the 2 lists, or if you want us to come back with some other way to talk about that. So following the workshop and following getting council's direction on their approved list, staff took a swing at a blended list, which takes the 5 categories, the 5 buckets that were expanded, and tried to put the projects under one of the 5 buckets. So again, this is only our attempt at blending council's list. It's definitely made difficult by the fact that some of the items on the lists are more strategic priorities, and some of them are operational goals. So it is a blending of things, and we recognize that, and that does make it complicated. We welcome any feedback on how to do that. Perhaps you want to see additional layers within each category that tell you whether it's an operational goal or a strategic goal. As I mentioned, it does appear that there's more items, but that's just because it's really a granular expansion of some of the original priorities. So you can see we've broken it down between the buckets. I'm just going to go through quickly, again, not reading everything to you because this was in your packet, but this is how they're categorized. The parking lot did get a little bit bigger. There are things that staff was making a recommendation would move to the parking lot because we have what we feel are higher priorities for the the foreseeable year. One notable item is the Bridge to Everywhere project. In the recommended list, it moved to the parking lot, but that's not to say it has to stay there. And I think it's worth noting that, staff didn't excise things from council's list. It's just, we did drop some of the council priority project names because they were either duplicative of what was recommended, or we felt that we were trying to create more actionable titles with, verbs in them and make it easier to track. So what do we need from you today? We want to verify, first of all, that the first slides that I went through, that you agree that our notes from what you did to your own list are accurate, that we put them in the right bucket, keep, parking lot, etc. That's the first piece of information we need from you tonight. Second one is, are you okay with the strategic priority category names? Do you want them to be changed? Do we want to just stick with the original ones? And then third, and probably most difficult tonight, is to determine what is the official list of council strategic priorities. Do we want to go with a blended list that has more of these operational type goals? Do we want to keep the list as it was before and just keep it at a higher sort of like strategic level? Do we want to do something different? We welcome any feedback on this. We're kind of making this up as we go, for lack of a better way to put it. But we do think there's some benefit to this exercise, because there are a lot of things that the department heads feel like we need to spend our time on to make the city a better place to live and visit, which was the genesis of our list. So that's really what we need from you tonight. After we get that information, then we can come back to you at a near-term date with some sort of scoring or prioritization tool for council to use to make sense of all this, or any other direction you give us tonight. So after having been thoroughly confused, I'm sure, that completes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. So we'll now take questions from the council. You want to start left to right? Jeff, or you want to?
I don't have any questions.
Not yet? Okay. Hans, do you have any?
Just comments, no questions.
Okay.
Same.
Alessandra?
Most of it I can save. I can just maybe ask one minor thing. This is really minor, but I talked with Chip about it this morning. I figure we can bring it up now. The weird hygiene and parking lot is causing a bit of confusion, especially parking lot, because people visualize parking lot. Could we perhaps change hygiene to just day-to-day? That might be clearer, and then parking lot instead maybe use a word like on hold?
Or
Just
for further evaluation or consideration?
for the
Yeah.
titles.
Yep.
Yeah, that works too.
We'll do whatever you all tell us to do. Happy
Yeah, we
with
changed
that.
the hygiene
Yeah.
to routine.
Yeah, in the presentation, I did change it to routine. That's my fault. I didn't remember that you had said that until I put this together, the staff report. So I did take hygiene out of the presentation at least, but whatever we want to call it, certainly day-to-day or is fine. And then for the parking lot, on hold or inactive, we're not married to any of these titles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Is Nancy Toomey online? I'm here. Oh, you are?
She is in person.
I didn't see you. Okay, good. I'm not going to take your thunder. I'll let you ask your questions. I know what you're going to ask. I have a question. How do you feel about this?
It's a good question. I struggled putting it together. Just because of what I said earlier about some of them being operational priorities and some of them being strategic priorities. But I think it's good to have a better picture of the things that we want to actually do. The strategic priorities are important, sort of those high level, the 5 buckets that we have, and maybe there's a sub level to that. But I do think that there's an importance for us to be able to have a communication tool between department heads and council and department heads in the community on the bigger things that we're working on, the actual projects where we can look at it and say, that's done. Like now we can see that thing is done. So I think there's a value in this. And it was, speaking on the part of my colleagues at department heads, it was nice to have an opportunity to talk about the things that we think we need to do, whether they get on the list or not, that's fine. But some of the IT stuff, I know my colleague Joel Staker was happy to be able to say, we need to do an infrastructure and cybersecurity plan. Like it was nice to say those things, and whether they happen right now or in a year or two, don't know. But we're just at the point now where we've changed it up, and so it's going to be a little complicated to figure out how to make it understandable for everyone. But I welcome that challenge. So
Yeah. All right.
I've got a quick
I've
question.
got some discussion points. We'll wait.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this one.
Go ahead.
Brendan, on the staff recommended priorities, one of the last things on there is part of a smart village plan. If you could define that, because that's one of those words where people have all different ideas of what that may mean.
Sure.
Thanks.
In my layperson's explanation of it, and Joel can get up here and dazzle you guys for an hour about it, but generally it's, the village becomes an interconnected sort of like technical hub where you can, you've got internet everywhere, Wi-Fi everywhere in the village. If we, have the very few streetlights that we have in town, we have those hooked into some sort of infrastructure. It's really like using technology. If we in the future end up with some sort of paid parking program, then that system interlinks with our technology base. So we can use technology to understand with everything that's going on in town, in a way that fits with the character of Carmel-by-the-Sea, of course. Yeah.
Any other questions? Jeff, come up with any? Okay, so we're going to now open it up to the public for comment, and I'll give you, I was going to cut it to 2 minutes, but I don't think it's going to matter much tonight with the number of people we have in the room. So Nancy, kick it off.
First thing, happy birthday to you, Chip.
Really?
There we go. So I did send this in as a comment in advance. Using the blended list that you're working off of, I believe you're working off of, I wanted to call out a couple points. In the maintaining public safety and infrastructure, you've got make police and public works buildings safe. I think it goes, to me, that is more of the short-term aspect, but it may not be clarified, but I'd like it to be clarified that this goes beyond just the short-term asks that you guys have already previously commented that needed to be done on an urgent basis. So the wording should reflect that somehow, is my recommendation. Still in that same category, you've got formalize the street address program. As the former council had agreed, there was a possibility to put that on a ballot. I understand and respect the fact that you guys may choose to alter that path. Nonetheless, there needs to be a discussion and exploration of the whole address topic, and the words here don't embrace that to me. So I'm looking for corrections or adaptations to that line item to embrace one or the other or both of those topics. And then in the preserve village character category, the reestablished design review board, I know there's a lot of passion throughout the community for doing just that. I just continue to believe that we need to have the Design Traditions Project done and the Objective Design and Development Standards done before we start to go gung-ho on deciding to do a DRB. It may indeed be the right thing. I just think there's a sequence there that is very important to consider. So it's maybe an implementation side of that particular topic. Implementation of the housing element, something that's near and dear to my heart for the last almost year now. There is a lot in that line item, and I think just like you've done with the beach project work, this one may warrant an expansion into more detail, because there's many other sub-projects in there beyond the ADU, which is already called out as its own line item. But I think there's more to that, so I just am forewarning as that continues to get definition in the coming months that there could be more to that particular line item. And then the last comment I had was on the objective design guidelines, which is called out here. It does reference the fact that it is tagged for affordable units when a whole lot of the work that is underway calls out for mixed income. So having this annotation of affordable here is not appropriate in my opinion. So would like you to consider changing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Hi, my name is Maria Bruce, and I would like to first offer the following. I'm sorry, I apologize, I couldn't make it to the workshop, but I sent my comments ahead. So my first question to the council is, how are those included into the discussion of the workshop? Because some of them don't seem to be reflected, is my opinion. From the categories, I guess what my observation is more general, and I would like to see what Brandon thinks, because I feel that we may be losing time in what I call efficiencies, because what the staff can call a list compared to what the council calls a list, and the buckets that we create seem a little irrelevant to more what is going to happen. So I suggest we do more than categorization, and that's important to define the categories that we have them, is to define what each one means. Like you just asked a question, what does that mean? What does each section mean? So I would like to have more a definition of some of the more generic ones and the things that are not as clear, and also look at what kind of priority that really is. Because not everything can be a priority one. Not everybody. So I would love to see priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, like we had in the other one, and maybe timeline and who owns it. We need to, as we ask the staff to come back to us with a list combined from what the city said. Because I could go specific by specific item, but it doesn't justify just yet, in my opinion. I think we need to see the picture. And the last item, and I know we're going to discuss it later, is how does it tie to the budget? Because we are going to have a very tough budget discussion, because we're going to be in deficit for multiple years. And I'm sorry, what's being cut in order to meet budget? And so for me, it's like right now is a wish list of 2 groups in a category. So I would suggest, can we get a little more crisp as to how we're going to do it and what are the true priorities? So that was my general comment to you. And do you have any questions for me?
I do.
Yes, I know you did.
Since you commented that we missed some of your, I'm sure, really good comments to us that were in writing, and I'm sure they were, could you tell us maybe 2 or 3 of the things that you think we missed? Because Brandon would love to have that feedback as he's updating this.
Well, I would tell you, from what I submitted to you, one was more my concern about budget in general, like the priorities compared to the budget. That was not my number 1 priority. Okay. My number 2 section was, could we, I still, and I know, Chip, you said that, and there's a meeting tomorrow on the discussion of the housing element. That, for me, feels very deep to me, so I explained why I thought that was important, and I thought it was important why to consider all types of housing, not just one single type of housing. And for me, my view was that the suggestions of ADAs is a make it believe something's going to happen. An ADA is not giving a solution unless you require every person that is building an ADA to rent it to individuals that come and live in the city. So that was one of my key priorities, and I know it's not described in detail, but that was one of them. So those were kind of my biggest comments to that day.
Okay. Also, you mentioned that you'd like more explanation. Are you talking about the financial sustainability, accountability, and transparency, the headings on the main 5 groups?
Yes, but look, Alessandra, Council Dramoff just made a comment, like, for example, asked a question about what is it to be a smart city? Or
right.
I mean, for me, actually, when I first read it, I thought, great, we're going to put towers. We're going to have connectivity in the city. We're back into town. I come from the telecom world, so I thought, great. But then, of course, the explanation is a little bit different. It's connectivity across maybe offices of the government, maybe some public spaces, but not all public spaces can have that connectivity. So what does that really mean?
Okay, so
when we read it,
it's not just the headings, it's every line item.
Well,
and
some are more clear.
Yeah.
And I'll give you another example. Okay. And I did make a comment about this one. For example, I look at your budget item right now and the stairs. When I met you the first time, you told me, oh, I can make those stairs, I can fix the stairs from scenic to the beach, $20,000. I just look at the budget item, it's $500,000.
That's a little low, but
no,
we're going to talk about that.
No, sorry. Yeah. But so for example, what are it's good to prioritize as well as explain so that when we read them, we say, okay, got it. I know what that really means. Okay. Does that make sense?
So hang tight. You're going to learn some of those things are being done and done well, I think. Okay. So this is a multi-step process tonight, and we may circle back on some of these things to make sure that we're covering the kinds of questions you're asking. But thank you. Those are great comments.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I missed the workshop, so maybe I missed some.
No problem. Don't miss the next one.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Anybody else? Donna? No? Okay. Anybody online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Wow, that was easy. All right, we're going to bring it back for discussion because I think some of us had some discussion points we wanted to provide to Brandon. So, Jeff, do you want to start? Okay.
Thank you. So I have two sort of lines of discussion here, and the first, pardon me, the first was sort of prompted by sort of my observation, I'm sure everyone's observation, and that we went from, a couple of weeks ago, we went from 20 items to 16 items, and now we're at 40 items. And, when I think of using this list as a sort of a blueprint for what we're going to do, like what staff's work plan is, or what part of staff's work plan is over the course of the next, over the course of the next year, like 20 items is too many. 40 items is too many, and it becomes difficult to track. And I think what happens is, with me, it's too many things to keep track of. And so I kind of noodled around with this, and I sort of had an idea, and this was prompted by. So I'm looking at staff. I'm looking at where I wrote too many. I'm looking at the third page of list, which is staff recommended priorities and category names. And this is the list that staff, I'm looking at this page. And this is the list that sort of staff put together that we didn't have an opportunity to, discuss. I'm in this, do you have this staff report? Yeah, so that's a perfectly fine page. That's a perfectly fine page to look at. And I was looking at what Brandon has on the screen that says stewarding the natural environment. And I kind of noticed that first, and I'll joke about this, that beach infrastructure repairs doesn't really seem like the natural environment, but that's sort of an inside joke. Those things that are there, the ramp, the 4th Street outfall, the stairs, and the revetments, those seem like tactical things or goals and not strategic priorities. And I think that those are things that we should be doing, but I don't think of them as being, I don't think of them, when I think of strategic priorities, I think of big ticket items like growing a new limb or establishing a new police force or some big ticket, sort of pie in the sky thing. And I don't think that I don't think that the ramp and the outfall are those things. So I don't think that those things, I think that those things are maintenance. And I think of them as being tactical priorities and not strategic priorities. And so I was talking to staff about that this afternoon, and I had this came up with this sort of idea, which was to keep the 5 categories and then take staff's list and our list, and those things, the ramp and the outfall and the stairs and the revetment, seems like those are goals that belong under a strategic priority, which is keep the beach infrastructure up to snuff. And so maybe we could go through this list and go from 16 things to 40 things and then back down to 16 things by grouping them together. And sort of to what Maria was saying in terms of not really understanding like what a smart city is, establishing in goal format as opposed to priority format what the goal like having a smart city, having internet connectivity on every street corner or whatever would be sort of a goal that would be attached to the priority of having the priority be having the smart city. So I think that the information on the list, I think it's important to maintain this list, this information. I think that's really important for the reasons that sort of Brandon brought out. But I think it's still it's not organized, and a lot of these things are not strategic priorities. So that's the first thing. The second thing was when Alessandra was quizzing Brandon about some of these things, Brandon noted that some of these things were operational goals. And I was thinking back on a couple of years ago, we had a strategic priority, which was a new purchasing policy. And I think that that's an operational goal, not a strategic priority. And I think there are other things on this list that are operational goals too. And I think that we've talked about that, Chip and I have talked about this in the past, of having the goals, having the things that staff wants to do, which are generally operational goals, and maybe what we need to do, and I've not talked about this with you, is to have two lists that are really distinct, like one that we own and one that you own. And we would bless the one that you own. I'm not crazy about the smart city idea, but that's for all of us to decide. But the some of the other things on here, implement new HR and payroll management system, sure. And so maybe some of the things that staff recommend, maybe we need to sort of segregate the things out into things that staff needs to do to run a city, which are the operational goals, and things that we need to do to maintain a place where people live. And so those are my sort of structural comments. And then I have lots of comments on each individual item. I have a whole list of comments on each individual item. And I don't know, my only ask there, without going into those things right now, my only ask there would be, I really do not want to add to the council's strategic priority list without us talking about things. So I think if we're going to take some of the things that staff has recommended, some of these many things, that we should at least have a 30-second conversation on each individual line item without adding things to our list, without adding these things to our list without some sort of discussion. So that's my ask. And if you want me to go down my list, I can do that, but maybe it would be better to wait until we do that if we're going to do that.
Why don't you save it and we'll go around.
Okay.
Go around and then we'll come back, because I think we're going to all have some detailed questions today. Okay. So we'll keep it at a high level. Those were great comments, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Yes, so my comments broke down roughly in the same way. It was sort of like the structural global comments, kind of like Maria was talking about, and then some of the more priority specific comments, like Nancy was talking about. And so, first of all, those were super sharp comments, so thank you for those. And they aligned very much with some of my thinking. I think in terms of the global comments, I'm excited that there's a to be determined plan for prioritizing, because, like I mentioned a month ago, I know there's a difference of opinion, but I actually really think it's super important to assign some level of prioritization to these things, because otherwise we hand this over to Chip and Jamie and Brandon, and they've got to translate it into a budget. And how are they going to do that if they don't have any prioritization, across these different buckets, within the buckets, right? I think it's very important. I kind of like the idea of I think we could play around with Jeff's idea of sort of nesting goals underneath strategic priorities. That might make it feel a little bit more manageable, while also giving us the granularity that, for example, like I was asking about in the last meeting. So I want those things broken out, but it'd be nice to have a cut of the list that's high level, and then you could sort of unfold the accordion and get to the deeper level stuff. And that I think gets to my next comment, which is I would love to see this list sliced in a few different ways. And, potentially if you did it in like a software program, I mean, you could do it manually, but basically I'd love like the full-on prioritization of every priority. I would love a prioritization by department. I think that would be helpful for us to look and say, oh, wait, like we've got, 15 of these 29 priorities are in the planning department, right? Like, how's that going to work? And then I think you could also do prioritization by category. And you might even have, a cut that's just like, hey, these are our big rocks. Like, these are the ones where, like, come hell or high water, like this year we are going to get these done. So I think there is some work to do to kind of refine the structure of it. Building on some of Jeff's comments, and I'm sure other folks will have some as well. But I look forward to hearing what the rest of the council has to say.
Thank you.
I think I'll just continue on the same theme because you launched it correctly, I think, Jeff. First off, Brandon, I think you did a really good job because you were trying to rationalize 3 different universes and get them into one. And I think you succeeded in doing that. This whole exercise that we are now in, from going from a strategic priorities workshop to an adopted budget, is one of going from aspirational to actionable. And that's just, that's what we do in the private sector every year, and it's what we're doing here. And so it's just a matter of how do you get through that process. And to pile on to Jeff's point, I think what we have in front of us, I'm looking at staff at the final of the 3, the blended version. Again, I think you did a good job of blending the lists. Jeff's right, we should confirm that. But really the 5 general categories, if you think about it at the highest level, those are our strategic priorities. And the subsequent items, so the next level is more descriptive of, when you see those, like under financial sustainability, you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 5 items. All right, that helps me understand 2 things. One is it helps me understand what it is that we're talking about, and secondly is what we want to do that's in that category. And I do think that in general, we're going to go through these, but that the beauty of these things are they did capture you captured some specific comments that were made about what's really important. I'm thinking about, we've placed a lot of emphasis on the beach in our priorities meeting, but also in recent meetings. And to capture more detail on that, I find comforting because I know that you're listening and that you have some specific things that you want to get to. I do think that these items, the subset of items here, they should end up being departmental goals in the budget. That, to Maria's point, when we get there, because we're not there yet, but one of the things I'll be asking of the department heads is, what are the major things you intend to accomplish this year? Who is on point to accomplish them, and when will it be done, and how will you know? How will you measure it? And so that's going to be something I'm pushing for as we go forward, but we're not there yet. Beyond that, I'm with you. I have specific comments on the line items, but I think in general, and I think the other reality is, this will never be perfect, and we have to be prepared to do good enough on the priorities list, and let go of it a bit and move into the actionable part, because that's really what I think we really care about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this ties in with the comments that we've heard from the council, and certainly, Jeff, your comments that you began with. I have 3 sort of broad areas that I just wanted to touch on. For example, under maintaining public safety and infrastructure, conduct assessment of all city buildings and get current on maintenance. I would like us to do a long-term plan to evaluate what is every city building and what work it needs done, and then how much that's going to cost, and then ultimately how we can deal with that over the next, 20, 30, 40 years or so. And the other 2 items, similarly, I think we need a plan for downtown maintenance and beautification and a plan for beach maintenance. And I'm not talking about doing a consultant plan. I'm just talking about council meeting with staff. And a lot of it is on here, like city sidewalks and sidewalk repairs and things with the beach, as we've talked before at another meeting, of routinely pushing up the sand to cover up areas where it's been exposed, and the whole issue with the beach ramp. So, these fall under safety as well as just, the appearance of our community. So I think those are the 3 areas I would focus on. an actual plan. Like I said, definitely not a consultant. We don't need to spend money on this. This is just something we can come together with staff and with council and decide what we want to do as far as those maintenance needs and how we're going to accomplish those throughout the year. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to come up in a second, Brandon, but before we do that, there are some, do you guys think we're at the point where we want to like add items to this? Or you said you had a list of more detailed items?
I think I have comments, so I don't at this point, except in response to something Alessandro, in response to a good comment that Alessandro just made, I don't have anything to really add to the list, but I definitely have comments on the things that staff has added to the list.
Okay.
So I've marked up a page, and I don't know, if you, Mayor, want to go down, if you want me to comment on what Alessandro said, or if you want to just go down this list of staff's comments and we can rule things in or out and then send staff back to the back room for a month, and they can come back later organized, or with things organized how we want them to be organized.
All right, let's hold off on that for a second. Brandon, if you could come up. I really like Jeff's idea of having another level of aggregation. And I'm wondering what's the best way for us to figure out what level is appropriate for keeping, in other words, there's a council level priority setting aggregation. And then there's actionable things, which I like, as you know, that you can focus on, and then we can measure whether it's gotten done. Because what I've seen in the past is there are big items and then nothing got done. Mm-hmm. Nothing, like absolutely nothing in a year got done, because it obviously wasn't the right level of aggregation for you to know what to do. Mm-hmm. So any ideas, since you spent a lot of time on this, I'm sure you've thought through this.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion. This is the only time we can actually do this as a group. So it'd be nice if we could do this over like a week together. But I think that what I'll suggest, and I haven't talked to Chip about this, but just hearing what you guys are saying, I think it might be good for us to go away with this notion of creating this hierarchy, maybe not spend a bunch of time going through all the items tonight, and we can take that note, and what we can do is when we come back and sort of rearrange this list in the 3 different levels of hierarchy, we can write a couple line description of each item, so you're preloaded with that, especially the stuff that staff added in. It might shorten those conversations a little bit. Mm-hmm. Knowing that it won't get us as far tonight maybe as we'd hope, but I think it might be the right way to do this. And sort of Councilmember Booter's point, if we can do that, we can create the hierarchical level. I know what he's talking about, like basically you can have buttons where you can roll stuff up into it. I mean, we can certainly do that. I think that'd be a nice way to track this, and then each of those would have sort of on the back side of it identifiers are like metadata basically attached to it, that this goes with a certain department, this goes with, and so I think that we could do that for next month's meeting. And it might take a little more time to get this across the finish line, but I think it'll make the conversation more fruitful with all 5 of you. So if you're comfortable with that, that's what I would say. I like the idea. I think we've come up with possibly a good solution here of the 3 different layers. And even so much so, Mayor, if you wanted, and he didn't ask me to say this, but if you wanted to direct staff to work with Councilmember Barron, since he sort of launched that original notion, and use him as a litmus test of the way we're categorizing it, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, he certainly can do that, and I would encourage him to do that, and you to work with him. That's a good idea.
I didn't mean to volunteer you, Councilmember. Well, I'm sorry.
And you could probably pick we could probably pick 2 of us, I believe, if we wanted to do that. If I don't know if anybody else wants to volunteer to work with Jeff, but I'm fine with Jeff doing it.
Is Jeff fine?
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Alessandro, do you have any interest?
He's so mad at me right now.
He just got more.
He just
work.
got back from vacation, and he's like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah.
I can help you, Brandon.
I think anything that you can get involvement from us.
Yes.
To short circuit going through multiple revisions would be good.
We don't have to necessarily, I know who I can reach out to individually and all that.
Yeah.
So.
And the Brown Act and what you can and can't do.
So I have I would like to make a couple of comments. I know Brandon doesn't want us to, but I would like to make a couple of comments. Alessandro spoke about Alessandra had this, spoke about creating what I've always viewed as work plans for, and I'm going to use the one that I remember, the beach. We have a document that describes that, the shoreline management plan. And I think that one of the things that, has sort of nicked at me over the years is that I don't think that we have a good idea of what we need to do to implement the shoreline management plan. And this goes with the forest management plan. And, one of the things on this list is the wildfire mitigation and prevention. We have a wildfire plan now. And I think that, Alessandra is on the right path. And one of the things that I would be interested in as you come back this list, and I can only speak for myself, would be like work plans associated with these plans that we already have. Like, we have a shoreline plan. What are you supposed to be doing? Mm-hmm. Alessandra mentioned, what is staff supposed to be doing? Sorry. Alessandra mentioned pushing the sand up the beach. That's something we're supposed to be doing every year, and yet we seem to, a lot of years, we don't do that. So how do we as a council oversee staff ensuring that those plans are sort of implemented? So I think, that goes to, I think what Alessandra was talking about. And then as my fellow council members were talking, I mentioned at the beginning these operational goals versus strategic priorities and having maybe two lists. And as I was listening to the five of us talk, I don't wonder if operational goals should just be another category of the strategic priority list. Mm-hmm. So rather than having strategic priorities and operational goals, having strategic priorities, and you have your 5 categories that you have already delineated. And I think there might be room on our list for your priorities under the term operational goals, like the purchasing plan was a couple years ago. And I'm looking at implement new HR and payroll management system. Like, I don't know, or there's an IT strategic plan. Like, we're 5 laymen, and I don't know lay people, and I don't know how to really advise you without having meetings and meetings and meetings of what needs to go into that bucket. So I think in that category, more than stewarding the natural environment or maintaining public safety and infrastructure, I think we are really reliant on having a good staff. And I would be interested in seeing those things like implement new technologies across city functions, which we talked about in your office for a few minutes this afternoon. Mm-hmm. I would be interested in seeing those things on a separate list as part of this list. I think maybe that's a better structure.
Yeah, and I think certainly, and that was sort of the notion of this, is that none of the department heads recommended anything to be an operation or a departmental goal or operational goal that doesn't fit into one of these 5 buckets already. Like, we have the same goals as you do as council. Like, all these 5 things represent what we want to do on the day-to-day basis. So that makes sense for us to be able to align our operational goals in a similar fashion. But it's like sort of our list that's visible to you, and how what we're doing with our day-to-day aligns with these 5 goals.
Yeah, because I think those things are important, especially the IT stuff, that Joel talks about and that you talk about. I think that stuff is really important. So those would be, and I have bits and pieces of comments, but according, I'll wait.
And maybe some of, when we come back with a couple sentence blurb on each item, maybe it'll allay some of those questions, because we didn't give you that this time, and I apologize for that. So some of these things are just 5 words, and you're supposed to figure out what it means. So I apologize for that.
I think, another sort of, sorry for being so wordy, Hans is really interested in slicing and dicing the data, about with department and priorities and stuff like that. And we tried all that stuff. 6 years ago, and I think maybe it was when you had started and you brought your worksheet stuff here. Mm-hmm. And that stuff, we're a small town. And I think that stuff, my view of that stuff was, admittedly, we had a lot of things on the priority list when that was going on. And they were sliced by priority. They were sliced, if I remember, by department, by priority, like high, medium, or low, and then the amount of effort required. And that stuff became distracting. like it became difficult to, I remember it, you know, there were so many words on the piece of paper, you know, planning, high, large effort, or public works, medium, you know, low priority, medium effort, that it became difficult to think about them as a unit of work, like a big strategic plan, and it became more like a work plan, which started to decrease the usefulness of like being able to just like, I think it, you know, reminds me of the question, like, is this a Microsoft Word document? Are we putting together a Microsoft Word document, or are we putting together an Excel spreadsheet?
Yeah.
And I would like to see a Microsoft Word document, and Hans would like to see an Excel spreadsheet. And, you know, because I think a Microsoft Word document is something that is easy for us to understand, and it's easy for the public to understand. Like, you can look at the Microsoft Word document and you can say, this is what the council's doing, and you don't have to start slicing and dicing it. But I understand, I know what Hans is up to. So
It's healthy that we're just
That's good.
it's healthy that we're having the discussion like this, right? That's exactly why we're doing this.
okay, I'm finished. Thank you.
What are you up to, Hans?
Yeah, that's a good question, Bob. So I was going to talk about some of the things, you know, usually when you get a list like this, the first thing I think about is like, well, what's not on the list, right? Like with mental checklist of like what's missing. I might be missing it, but I don't think the library renovation is on the list.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
And we have somebody from the library trust here.
It is just so nobody loses
And
their
Ashley's
mind.
here too.
Hold on a second.
Ashley's running the meeting. I didn't see it.
I feel like we put it on here somewhere.
I looked hard.
I did too.
If it was a Microsoft Word document,
Yeah.
it would be really
Should've done
easy to search for the word library.
You can still Control F in an Excel sheet, Councilmember.
So
Yeah. If it's not on there, that was an unintentional omission.
I figured it was just an oversight.
Yeah.
But the other one was, so when I was out, you know, campaigning, and I'm not as good as you, so I only knocked on 70% of the doors, I would say. But, you know, I think probably the number one thing that I heard was tree maintenance. And that was whether, you know, we got people that want fewer trees, we have people that want more trees, but everybody wants the trees that we have to be well maintained so they don't fall in their house, right? And so that they grow appropriately. And so, you know, I think when I was on the Forest and Beach Commission, Chair Brzezowski, she worked with the city staff to create this really granular catch-up plan for tree maintenance, and it was over about 3 years, I think, was the plan, and we're supposedly almost a year through it. And I would say that just given what I heard from the community as this being like the number one thing that I heard, it would seem strange that that wouldn't be on here, especially when we already have worked with staff to create a plan with tangible, objective, numerical goals. So, you know, it's easy to add stuff to this, but the importance of that one I think is big. And, you know, maybe it doesn't rise to the level here, but the other thing that I heard a lot was fixing streets, particularly non-arterial streets, like in residential neighborhoods where there's alligatoring and the edge of the streets are all messed up. And obviously some of these things are going to be on the capital improvement plan, but you know, anytime that there's something that the public has flagged as, hey, this is, you know, super important and it doesn't make our list, you know, I think it's important to think about. You know, it sounds like we're going to have another discussion at some point. I'm not sure, you know, what direction is going to happen here, but, you know, the bridge to everywhere, the only thing I would say about that is, you know, what we have there is we have a willing group of citizens, and we also have an agency in COD that's interested in doing something. And so it reminds me a little bit of the library situation where it's like, hey, when you've got energized residents, sometimes you kind of have to go in the direction that they're that they're leading you. I really liked, I don't know that maybe it has to be a priority on here. Maybe it's just something that we work through as a matter of course, but I know Bob has been pushing for this. I think this idea of a master list of deferred maintenance with costs associated with it that Councilmember Dramoff talked about is, I think, a really, really good one. And I think it should inform how we develop the budget and our, capital budget over the next, several years. If I don't know whether it's $50 million or $100 million, it's hard for me to think about, later in this meeting, like how big should that number be this year for CapEx? So I think that's a really important one. And then just to kind of close, two things that Nancy Toomey talked about that I had also listed here. I think for the, currently the language is make police/public works buildings safe. And I think maybe some more neutral language until we kind of come up with a policy, like develop a plan for the police/public works facility, because I think language does matter there. And then lastly, on street addresses, we've been kind of stuck in neutral on this one. And I think currently, going off what the last council said, we were going to put it to a vote in November. And I think that we need to start getting some people together with the city staff to think about what does an AMS compatible address actually look like? How could we get creative with that? It'd be really nice, when people go to vote on this, that they have some sense of, what they're voting on. And so that's less of a changing the priority, but just kind of like for ourselves, we don't get a chance to talk much. And so, creating an opportunity to kind of move the ball forward with that, because I think we're starting to run out of time, actually. So,
great comments, Bob.
Great. As I'm thinking of this, what I said before of the 5 buckets we have here, they are strategic priorities. And if we go through an annual exercise of focusing on creating a list of actionable items that can become departmental goals, and if we do that every year and actually get them into the budget, or not, because some of them just won't get there because we don't have enough money or the capacity, but and then let's not, a year from now, it looks like historically the priority setting workshop was more about status than brainstorming on really what are the things that are important to the city council, at least in the next year. And if this is the beginning of the budget process, that really, we should be driving more quickly to actionable items, and we should be measuring actions not at that time, but just on an ongoing basis, right? And that's another thing that we're going to be pushing on in the financial stewardship group, is let's not wait till a priority setting meeting to understand how we're doing. We should always know how we're doing, and that departmental reporting, I think, is something that we want to look forward to. We're not there yet. I'm just going to give you Brandon, some specifics. In the financial sustainability, you've got better position the city for bonds and other financing, and also find revenue enhancements. And I'm going to echo Nancy Toomey here. I think what we are looking for, and I think the financial stewardship group is as well, is really an in-depth discussion on what are our options to increase revenue, and that whether that's things that we can absolutely control and just do, like paid parking at the beach, or debt, or a financial improvement district, or 5 other things, and what's possible for us to pursue, given that we are not a charter city, but even what would be possible for us to pursue if we were a charter city. What are the voter hurdles, just to get that smorgasbord of all the options available to us, so that when we get there, we can have a more informed... We're ready. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So that's the one there. I agree with Hans that this whole tree catch-up, as in catching up, not the condiment, it was important. I think we should be understanding there was a 3-year effort funded to basically take care of all dead and dying trees, and I think that remains important. The police department, my generic language at this point was make the police public works building safe and functional. Because it's beyond safe. On addresses, I agree with Hans that the words I said were develop a street address methodology and plan, meaning let's actually, what is, if I'm going to vote on an address, I want to know what an address is. And I think I want to have that discussion before we decide whether we continue with the vote or not. And so I live in the third house up from 4th Avenue on Camino Real. What will my address be? And that's going to be based on a methodology of it's directional. I wanted to echo Nancy on the design review board. We have not had that discussion, and so we're not there yet. And I assume that's going to be coming out of the design traditions as sort of a sister or companion to it, but I think we can do one without the other. To disagree with Nancy, we have a lot of, we can go into great depth on the housing element, because there are a lot of things, but those are also all, we actually have an actionable plan there. There's 50 things in that thing with specific dates on them and who's responsible. So I don't know that those belong here in this level of detail, and they actually probably belong here as one item and to be tracked elsewhere. That's it.
Just to basically touch upon a few things that have already been mentioned. Jeff, I completely agree that the previous chart was way too much focus on the color coding and the status and all the rest of that, and it became a distraction. So that's why I was definitely one of the people that encouraged that we try a new system, and so I'm certainly open to pursuing this and seeing how this one works out. With the street addresses, I definitely agree we need to look at what exactly we're talking about, middle grounds, options, and hear from the public. The public has not had an opportunity to have a workshop, so to speak, where those questions can be answered and things can be explored and things can be brought up that perhaps staff can look into and see, is this something that's viable for Carmel that could work out? I just want to even touch upon, Brandon, it was an email you sent us about another topic, but you brought up GIS. And I looked that up, and it's a geographic information system, and it's when you drag a pin on a map and you can locate your house. And I recently had an experience with that a couple of months ago with a delivery I had, and it was not only perfect, but in real time you got updates when the driver was, at what location, and it arrived exactly, as they had promised. So maybe that is also something we can look into. And this might be things that we discuss a little bit more when we have our Tuesday, April 1st council meeting, because I know the street address topic is on there. But what I'm hearing from the public is they just have questions and they want to be able to speak and not just have a 3-minute time limit, but really have an open workshop and speak and ask questions and get answers from staff, because we all need to make a very informed decision. The council needs to make an informed decision, and the public needs to know what they're voting on and how they're voting on this. And the other item that I also agreed with is we need to explain what revenue enhancements are and give the public examples and how that would be implemented. And as Bob just said, considering we're not a charter city, we're a general law city, what things we can and cannot do. So I think that's, and then the design review board, I think we need to really understand more, is this something that we are going to need, and how that would fit in also with the responsibilities of the Planning Commission, and is this something that staff can also handle, another group that would be meeting regularly monthly. So just more questions that need to be answered on that one.
Okay, I love this, because whenever it comes back to me, I've checked off almost everything on my list, which tells you we're doing our homework, right? So Bridge to Everywhere, it sort of gets to the same thing as the library, right? When someone comes to you with a project and they're willing to pay for it and they're willing to do the heavy lifting and the work, I think you need to listen. And I've got a presentation Chip asked me to put together on city support groups. I don't know what the right time is, maybe later, a little bit later. But one of the things that's not on this list, and I think it should be, is to expand utilization of city support groups. Because I'm part of one, and I know that if you came and asked us to do more, we would do it. So, and I think the same thing is true of other ones in this town, especially when the city's giving you support if you do. So I've got a slideshow that sort of shows the level of detail that you can get down to, that the city doesn't have to do a lot of work to get it done. I think we've seen that in practice. There's the subject of charter city, I think, is important, and I think that should be on the list. I think I've seen other cities that went too far too soon, and it was rejected. But we could become a charter city and not do anything with it. But to play on the comments, and I think we'd be ready if we wanted to do something, and we're just not ready right now. So, and because there could come a day when we need to take action to generate some revenue, and we just will be left waiting for an election. I agree on the street repairs. That's missing. It talks about tree wells and other things. And by the way, I hope all of you are seeing the stump art that's showing up on the street all over for the 811 calls. The staff is not waiting for us to make these decisions to get to work on things that have already budgeted. That's really an exciting thing. I also didn't see any, this is sort of a drill down in the affordable housing side of things. And I don't know if there's something that the city could or should be doing to assist in that, and if that's another line item in the financial side of things. What is it? The city support for affordable housing, actually doing something to it besides what we're doing in the housing element. I don't know, is that?
We're supposed to establish a fund.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that should be another item or if it's just a drill down into the housing element. It's one of the 50 items.
Yeah,
Okay.
the housing fund is one of those items.
Okay, all right, good. So in terms of this list, I mean, we could stay here for probably 2 hours and go through and make more drill down items, but I like Brandon's idea. Let's give staff a shot at rolling them up, coming up with higher level aggregations, but at the same time, you're probably also going to find some things that aren't on the list. Now that you know you can push a button and drill down to more detail, you're probably going to add some more detail to that lower level. And we can have another special meeting to come back and have a short talk, because just in case people don't remember, we can't all get together and have a chat because of Brown Act. And so we enjoy each other's company when we get to do this. Yeah.
I have one comment, since this is a project that I've been wanting to get through for 5 years, and it keeps coming up and sort of not coming up and coming up and not coming up. The Design Review Board, I've been sort of, and there was like sort of a consensus, I believe, on the last city council to do this, and against my wishes, the council sort of acceded to staff's recommendation to sort of hold off on the DRB until the design guidelines revision 2 were set, and that was not an agreement. That was not something that I agreed with, but that was what the council decided, which is fine. But my reasoning, and since we only get to do this every so often, my reasoning on that was the Planning Commission doesn't really do any planning. And I think that's and so my reasoning on sort of continually pushing to have the Design Review Board was the Planning Commission has 1 or 2 meetings every month where they talk about houses, and there's no planning. We have these smart people in town, and they're doing neighbor complaints and view complaints and light and air complaints and all that stuff, and they're not doing planning.
And then they're kicking some of that to us now.
And so we end up doing some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's untapped capacity to make our village a better village. And so having the DRB is more important to me than having the new design guidelines. And the reason is that it would allow us to have a planning commission that does planning. So it doesn't have a lot, in my mind, it doesn't have a lot to do with the formation of the DRB. It has a lot to do with the formation of a true planning commission. So I'll just leave that. That's what I wanted to say about that one topic that's
just as
close to my heart.
general note, since I have a chance to ask you this, and you think it's worth having 20 interviews and finding 5 people and holding public meetings to do all that?
Well, I think we have 5 people on, we have 5 people on the design review board now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Well, there's one planning commission member sitting over there right now, but there are 3 like unattached people in this audience that would sign up to do planning commission work.
I'm sure we would have 20.
I don't think, and to be honest, like, I would, when I originally started, it was on Forest and Beach Commission because I don't have the patience to do the design review board work.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have the patience to do, and God bless Mel and Bob and everyone else who has done this planning commission work, because it is, not something I want to do. And I would have signed up to do planning commission work in a heartbeat. I mean, I think that stuff is really fascinating, and it's really integral to, how the city like builds itself out. I think that's just as important as the sort of DRB work. And
Sounds like you'd be a yes vote if we wanted to start it up again.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be a yes vote.
Interesting. Okay, good. I think it's time to move on. Brandon, you think you've got enough homework? All right. And again, this is a sort of not a chicken and the egg necessarily, but as we move down the ladder to the CIP, and there's different level of things that are on there that aren't on here. So this is not all obviously all encompassing. So getting back to the agenda, I think we've wrapped up that. Let me get back. All right, so we're now going to receive a presentation on the 5-year financial forecast. This is item number 2, and provide staff with our direction.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So what we have in front of us tonight is a 5-year strategic plan. 5-year financial forecast. And I wanted to start by setting a kind of an overview of what this really is. So, we're gonna go ahead and close that. We're a little bit cleaner. Okay, do that. Awesome. So the forecast is a tool. It's based on the current year's budget. It analyzes potential trends. And the real purpose of this is to provide a basis for a discussion of the government's financial health over the next 5 years, highlighting potential challenges, informing strategic decision-making. It is not an absolute measure of what we think those 5 years are going to be. We're looking for issues. It's kind of a stress test. So what were we doing? We have we look at the economic outlook. Forecast considers what we know about current and projected economic conditions, such as decreases in interest rates and potential slowing of inflation. I've spent a ton of time with economists in the last couple of months and cannot get a consensus. So that's why we're kind of, again, looking at this model and kind of looking at what the stresses might be, starting from where we are now. A number of factors are pointing towards a slowing revenue growth. Cities around the state are seeing decreasing tax revenues. Throughout the county, we're seeing home prices softening and construction activity slowing. Historically, we've seen that our tourism-based revenues can be highly volatile. And what we know is that price inflation has provided a lift for our revenues so far, but those levels may not be sustainable. That's price inflation. So industry leaders are predicting a reduction in transient occupancy taxes as both the number of available rooms may fluctuate and our strongly appreciated room prices may also decline. Again, we've seen that lift. At the same time, inflationary pressures are continuing to raise operating costs. Negotiated salary increase increases are rising our primary operating cost, which is salaries, as are the costs of overtime and benefits. Material costs have increased rapidly, raising the cost of all the projects and the purchased goods. Pension retirement system is scheduled to dramatically increase our required contributions as it seeks to make up for previous poor returns in its investment portfolio. So what we're doing is we're kind of just taking all of those things that we can pinpoint and putting them together to see how the numbers look, or how they look when we put a little stress on them. So you had this in your package. It's super hard to read, and it's unreadable on the screen. So I'm going to break it into two pieces. The first one is in the package is the historic trend. So what we can see when we look back at these already completed fiscal years is that there is volatility in revenues across those last few years. And 50% of the time, our property tax collected was under budget. We've seen similar volatility in sales and transient occupancy tax. So, are we going to make it bigger? Awesome. Nope.
I think we've got extra copies up here for the six
Next.
members of the public. You're welcome to
Yep.
got enough for 40 people.
Good.
If you want a copy.
Yes.
Mrs. Toomey, anybody want one? Joel, can you pass them out, please?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Or a little bit perfect, or more perfect.
Thank you, Joel.
Not perfect. All right, all right. Oh, very good. Thank you. Now I'll let people grab a few copies. So again, this is
Quietly, Joel. Quietly, please.
good. Good, good, good. So the history is not a predictor of the future, but at least it can help us to understand. And so, like I said, we've been seeing volatility just in these last few years in our property tax revenues, our sales tax revenues, and our TOT. One of the questions that was asked of me is kind of what volatility have we seen if we go farther back? And I didn't have time to bring that graph in. But I will tell you, when we go back and we look at what happened in around 2020, we see 13% decrease in the year 2020. And then we see an 18% recovery coming back up from that lower base. But we're talking about this. When we go back then and look at the years 2006, 2007, 2008, we see a 7% decrease, and then that's followed by another 3% decrease. And we see it taking 4 and 5 years for those revenues to recover. So sales tax, property tax, transient occupancy tax, they don't entirely move together, but they do move. And sales and transient occupancy definitely move in a similar method.
No, I think if I can, Jamie, I think, we need to carve out 2020 and probably 21 because of the pandemic. But what you can see is, because the question gets asked, how did we accumulate such a large amount of infrastructure deferred maintenance, right? And it's because our operating budget continues to be maintained and go up, but the revenues haven't been there. And so again, after you're paying for your required payments, your staffing and our insurances and vehicles and that kind of thing, the basics of operation, there seems to have been in the past less left over for capital work. And so what that happens is, again, if you're not putting oil in your car or not putting a new roof on your house when it's worn out, the cost to maintain it or repair it or replace it in the future is that much higher. And unfortunately, that's where we are with some of our infrastructure. The funds weren't there in the past.
For sure. Now, what you can see to that is about 3 lines up from the bottom, there's a capital outlay line. And if we look at the second column, which is actual in 21-22, we spent $150,000. If we skip over 2 more columns, we spend $1,199,000. We skip over 2 more columns, we spent $3 million. We skip over 2 more columns, we're on track to spend $5 million. So, we put that stall on the capital, and now we've been ramping it up. So we have spent a number of quite a bit of money in the last couple of years on those capital projects. But we haven't got our big list all done in 1 year, which I think we'll get to. So this is the historic trend. So we said, okay, fine, let's go ahead and take a look then at, why is that going on? At the historic, or the future. So we're going to do a forecast 5 years. First of all, we're going to forecast where we're ending now. We're 2/3 of the way through, so we got to kind of figure that out. After we figure out what our estimated 24-25 is, then we've said, let's take what we know and run that out for 5 years. A lot of times I'll run it out for 10 years, just so you can see what these trends are, what's trending. What's going on in this forecast? What we've heard and what we're assuming is flattening property taxes as the sales of local homes slow down. We're looking at slowing sales taxes as the tourism industry is impacted by uncertainties. We're looking at decreases in other revenue as one-time grants and funding sources are not repeated and interest rates decrease. So those are kind of the three pillars that are inside these assumptions. And that includes a 3% projected decrease for TOT in 25-26, because that's the specifics that we got from the industry so far. That's their initial assessment of the next season. These assumptions also include increasing salary and benefit costs due to contract commitments, so we'll get those in, and then maintain a small level of increases after that. And escalating benefit costs, we've kind of left that on the low side because there's been so much volatility in that pricing there. I just don't even know what assumption to make on those benefit costs. Significant increases in pension obligations are on this. We've already been told, or we can forecast through our modeling, what our contributions are going to be. The CalPERS unfunded accrued liability payment is forecast based on all the projections we have from the industry. That's a pretty big number, big increases. Services and supplies are going to increase. We just increased them at CPI. There's been much higher increases to material costs, but we're assuming we'll manage our needs and balance it with our resources. So that leaves us with a forecast for revenues net of operating costs that show a crossing of the trends as expenditures growth outpaces revenue forecasts, leaving the city with these potential operational deficits. So there's a line here that you don't see in the financials, revenue net of operating costs. And that literally means all the revenues minus those ongoing salary, departmental work, day-to-day work being done. If you take the forecast and the trends between the slowing revenue growth and the continuing cost and growing costs, we show that eventually the revenues aren't enough to cover just operating costs. And I think this is actually a number that was in the prior year forecast too. It's just we get a little closer each year to this, and some years we're able to push it back a bit based on revenue. These operating deficits are before the next couple of lines where we say, what have we got left to do when it comes to capital outlay? So in the forecast, we said this year we think we'll get $5 million done. And then we said the general 5-year plan we have for capital outlay, about the third line up from the bottom, 9.8, 18.8, 15.7, 12.8, 5.2, really big numbers. Years 27, 28, and 29, and 30 all have chunks of a police building in them. So those are big. We're running about 10 million a year in 27, 28, 29, and 5 million in 30. So, but when you take that out, we're still talking 8 million, 5.7 million, 2.8 million. So some big numbers. And that's the 5-year strategic plan that you all saw last year, just rolled forward a year with some projects that weren't done, rolled into it, and a few rolled off to another year to make room for finishing the ones that we want to finish in this year. So that's that exercise. There was a question about, okay, well, when I look at this, once I put the capital projects in the year 25-26, we're showing negative. But we had positive in prior years. We've built up a little bit of a fund balance. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. Let's see if I can get to it. Come on. Let's go. Right on. So this actually comes out of the financial statements. This is prepared by the auditors, and it's a ton of information. Ooh, but I'm going to like this. Okay, so You have assets. You take away the things you owe, the liabilities, and what you're left with is the balance in that fund. This is the governmental fund. It doesn't actually have fixed assets in it, for example. It doesn't have the big old pension liability either. It just says, here's generally our cash and our receivables minus the immediate payables. What have we got left? And so what we had at the end of last year is we had unassigned. That's the revenues we've collected ahead of what we've spent in the last few years. Then we had capital projects and operating reserves. That's the unfinished capital projects, but it's also there in conjunction with a policy we have that says we have to have a reserve for future capital projects. And then we also say we have to have a reserve for operations. The we is City Council. So City Council can say, well, we want to change those reserves. So we have 11.8 that's completely open, 4.5 and 11.09 that are there because we said we wanted it. Now you get into the actual operations of the different types of revenue sources. And there's a little bit of restrictions on those. But in general, we've got $1.4 million and $3.1 million that we can't touch at all. And the rest have some rules around it, but we can utilize those funds. So those are the different fund balances, and that's where we come up with a number at the bottom of the page of roughly 30+ million. And then we show when we go negative by spending the capital projects, that 30 million gets consumed. And depending on how big our capital projects are, it can be pretty fast. If we took the police building out or we did debt for the police building, it would go slower. So that's the financial forecast. So let me see if I can get to the next page. Basically, the forecast we've discussed is not the budget, and the future years are not perfect. So gap analysis, in this rough forecast, we see there's a potential gap between revenue and expenses, depending on what kind of expenses we want to load in. What can we do to mitigate this? We can look at revenue enhancement, we can look at expenditure reduction, and we can look at long-term financing plans to get some of that stuff off our shoulders a little bit. Risk assessment. And so this is kind of the underlying thing. We're going to really get into this when the budget's presented, but this is a put your toe in the water as you look at the capital projects. Identify and assess potential risks to the forecast, such as economic downturns, natural disasters, changes in state and federal funding. All those are kind of behind the scenes. We're trying to take a stab at it, but we don't know all those. I think it's just important for us to understand the sensitivity to these factors and for the community to understand the sensitivity to our operating results as well. So we kind of get that out as we start this conversation. And my concluding slide. All right. So key findings: volatile revenue sources, steadily rising operating costs, quickly rising pension obligations. But there may be some opportunities. Capital projects not completed in prior years have left available resources, so we can use some of that fund balance to pay for those capital projects. The city is analyzing historic revenue trends in volatile economies to see if we can understand it more. Like we saw in 2007-8, we saw about a 10% decrease. What does that do for us as we look forward to some uncertainty now? Next steps. In the budget process, we will have public hearings, budget adoption, ongoing monitoring. Tonight we're looking really at the CIP list, and so this was just kind of a conversation to help us set the stage. The staff's going to go back and work on the budget in more detail. It's scheduled to come back with a budget May 6th. Also on the calendar is a budget workshop May 16. And should we be considering a second meeting to come back and do more work on the CIP, maybe before that budget comes in May 6th? And so that's something we're asking for you to consider and give feedback on. And I'd just like to reiterate the importance of accountability and transparency in the government's financial management. These meetings are key. I thought we'd have a packed room because this is so important. So
it's as busy as it's ever been.
Maybe after they see your report that you just showed us.
Right. So anyway, so I think more meetings talking about this and going through these concepts, because that's really all this is. This is not a perfect number. This is concepts to get this out so we can get started.
Okay.
So,
Very good, thank you.
okay.
I know how hard you work to put these reports together. I actually don't, but I know it's a lot. Any questions from the council? I'm sure.
Because I think we're going to go through the next two items before we.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea if you're up for it, is to just get into now and looking at the detail of the capital project list itself. It's quantified. It's got the discussion descriptions to it.
I have a question about
I'd
this.
like to take questions now so we don't lose the impact of what you just showed us.
Questions as opposed to comments. But
Yeah,
so
questions. This is questions.
my question is, you mentioned some dates. Can you share with us what all the budget dates are?
So the resolution that we adopted in January
Right.
says April 1, by the way, we're coming back April 1, we're just going to look at fees. It's a fee list, it's got to be approved. Then May 6, we're going to have the proposed budget submitted to the council. May, I think it was 19, we're going to have a special meeting workshop to go through that budget. The goal being adoption of the budget by,
On a Monday?
yeah, the 19? I think that
16th.
it was 16 or 19, but for some
16th is a
reason.
Friday. It's definitely not going to be Friday, is it?
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
It's kind of why, this is kind of why I'm asking, because
Yes, good.
Yeah.
So we just said or.
It was in the packet.
Yeah, so the packet says May 12 or May 19. That's what it says.
and I
and
thought
so
it said
the-
the week of 5/12 or 5.
Oh, there you go. So the week of. So.
So let's get it.
so
We need a date.
Anytime, yeah. So, the sooner we're able to pick a date, the sooner we can be gearing up towards production of that. But then I would ask, this list does not say something about more CIP. So if we want another meeting just to
So
go.
we'll send out a Google poll or whatever it's called to try to nail that down now so we can broadcast it. So thank you, council.
That'd be good.
Any other questions
So-
about
so-
what we've done so far?
So it's just on Monday, a week from today, or a week from tomorrow, it's just fees. And then the full proposed budget on the 6th.
Mhm.
And then the workshop on the 19th, 20th, 28th, something like that.
Yes, sir. Monday's the 19th, so we'll reach out to you this week. So the week of the May 19th, we'll find the appropriate day for you. And then we'll broadcast it up to the
And then
public.
you're questioning whether we would want to have another interim meeting sometime, between the 1st of April and the 6th of.
Well, and it's to work on CIP, so it can be before or after, depending on what the schedules look like, because we fit that in on the bottom.
Okay.
My suggestion is that you have it after the 19th, so another workshop after the week of May 19th. So again, you're receiving it on the 6th, you'll digest it, we'll get input from the public, we'll have a workshop, we'll come back and address any issues that you have prior to adoption hearings, which will be in June. So my suggestion is that we look at either late May or early June if we need another workshop.
Got it, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I have a fairly detailed question. You talked, Jamie, so thank you for all the work and for the conversation this afternoon. I know it was frustrating for you because I can be frustrating.
Oh, not at all. It's fun.
You mentioned that.
But honestly,
You mentioned that the pension system. You made a couple comments about CalPERS, and first you said that the pension system was going to raise rates, and then you mentioned quickly rising pension obligations.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to figure out. What exactly you're hinting at. 'Cause
So
when I look at when I look at the 5-year financial forecast, I look at our CalPERS unfunded actual our UAL payment.
Yep.
Right there, it goes from 2.2 to 2.7 to 2.8 to 2.9 to 3.2 to 3.2. Is there something I'm missing that's not in those things? Because this is the payment that these numbers are the numbers that we saw last year when we approved the budget last year. Like, is there a reason to believe that those numbers are going to change?
They can, because the actuary, they redid our mortality rates. in the last year, and obviously they change based on the way the stock market's going. So one of the things that our financial stewardship working group did recently, I think I wrote to you guys about it, was we had an actuary come in, and it was a great presentation. I think we all learned a lot. So that might be something that we use in a public forum. In fact.
So CalPERS has a couple things that they can do. From my experience here, they can lower the discount rate, which would cause our. Is there a sign that they're going to lower the discount rate?
No, sir.
Okay, so they could raise the contributions that we're required to pay. So we pay, I can't even remember, like 13%, like 7% and 7%, or what's the employee's contribution, which we pay some of, and then our contribution?
Yeah, 16.
16 is 16 or 8 and 8?
It's 16 and another number. I don't know what the other number is, though. I think
the other number is ours or theirs?
It's the city government, and then it's the employees. Those are two different numbers.
Okay.
But I'll get you the numbers.
Are those numbers going to change?
No, sir.
So when you talk about, I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the right page. So when you talk about I'm trying to figure out the cryptic comments. So we think they're going to go up, or right now the only information we have is that line that's on that page.
That line is our best guess, but the issue is it's going up.
But that's not, so that's money we owe.
Yes.
That's not money that we pay to keep everybody current out of their paychecks.
You're exactly right. So what they do is they take a PERS contribution. They talk about the normal contribution that runs like a percentage of salary, just like kind of healthcare.
And that number is in salaries and benefits.
And so this is the additional amount we have to pay on top of that to fill in the hole that we built with regard to pension commitments.
Sure.
And so this is their numbers. It's just that they're going up a lot faster than COLA, so it's good to keep an eye on them. They go up beyond 3.3 on a million. I think that the top we're going to see is around 3.9.
Yeah. So what's I think, Mr. Booter, we paid off in 2041, or UAL.
And then I think the model got worse after we looked at that. But in the mid 2040s, and then Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that the annual payment for the UAL topped out, at least the last model we were looking at, in like kind of the early 2030s, right? And was it $4.5 million?
Yeah, I want to say it was just around 4 million. So that's why I think which is almost double what we did this year. So that topping is happening in 31, 32. So we're just climbing up towards that almost doubling of pension cost within this very short projection cycle.
And then it crescendos, and then it comes back down.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to be like super clear, there was actually really good news, which
I wasn't as excited as you were.
I thought it was really good news.
It's good.
Which was that we have a robust financial model put together by an actuary that's a consultant for the city. Like, the city has already done this, Jamie's already done this, and the model says that in the mid 2040s that UAL payment goes to zero, right?
Yep. Yeah, we are able to fully fund it. It's no longer a draw. Then we just go along at normal.
So that's and partly because of the PEPRO reform, right? I mean,
yeah.
So that's a big headline, and then the other headline for me, that's the sort of like sub headline, was early 2030s. Like, there will be a squeeze on the budget in terms of the OpEx is going to grow by $1.5-ish million between now and the early 2030s. And then, like Chip said, it reverses course. But there are also some things that we can do to potentially, mitigate that cash flow impact. So yeah, overall, I thought it was actually, there's some wood to chop, but more favorable than what I would have expected.
So a couple of years ago, what are we in? So we'll be in year 4 of our $1 million a year plan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So back in year 0, we had a pretty healthy discussion. The council had a pretty healthy discussion about the stuff that you're talking about, and the sort of boomerang effect that it goes up but then it goes down to 0. And we had discussion about ways to sort of ameliorate the effects of the sort of $4 million balloon payment. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was then, but it was the same idea, and that's why that $1 million is being set aside. Mm-hmm. So that $1 million is being set aside sort of in anticipation
Right here.
of those lean years. And, it might be worth, it seems like that might be short on time to have that conversation before the budget season, but it might be worth it sometime later in the year to have, to sort of continue down this $1 million a year path, which I was kind of lukewarm about, but it's all right, to continue down that path and try to figure out what we want to do, what we want to do future years. I think that would be a sort of a worthwhile conversation for us to have after the budget season is over.
Yes, sir, because as you see that number crescendo, that's when you can apply
That money.
the mitigation fund that we will have invested. If we keep on track, $5 billion, it's returning a whopping 3.33% right now. So we'll have money to help soften when the pension obligation spikes.
And I think it's worth also remembering on the soapbox a little bit that this is a pension, and we are, the city is basically like we are stuck in this pension. There's basically no way to get out of CalPERS, and so we are sort of at the mercy of the market. And if the market tanks, 25%, and I have no reason to suspect that that's going to happen. But if the market tanks, if the stock market tanks 25% and half of the city's investments are in stocks, we're going to have $10 million added to our UAL, and there's literally nothing we can do about it. So as part of that conversation that we had 4 years ago, however long ago it was, we had that conversation about trying to insulate ourselves, whether it was even possible to insulate ourselves from the effects of the market or whatnot. And I think it would be worth it to have that conversation again.
So just because we had a good education on this that you had already had, the two takeaways. One is this was actually in our last year's audit from our auditor, that a 1 percentage point decrease in CalPERS return from 7 to 6 would take our unfunded pension liability from 32 to 44. Yeah. And so it's more than 10 million, and that's. It could go the other way. If they went from 7 to 8, it would come down, but I'm less optimistic about that happening in any condition almost, right? The other one is, because we had the discussion, Hans actually came up with the analogy of if you have a mortgage, and it's a variable rate mortgage, that's kind of what we have with CalPERS, and are you better off saving money in a bank account to deal with future fluctuations in your mortgage so that you can kind of smooth out your payment, or are you better off just paying down your mortgage? And you're usually better off paying down your mortgage, and that's kind of what this actuarial told us as well, is that given current financial conditions, you're less likely to earn a better return on your savings than you would realize by actually just taking that money and paying down the pension liability, which I'm not actually proposing. It's just something I learned. And I'm sure you had that conversation.
Yeah, so this in fact was exactly the conversation that we had, and this is where I differed. So I was a proponent, and I was a proponent of paying it down and not keeping it aside. But there's political risk, there's financial risk, and great political risk in doing that as well. But that was the conversation that we had.
But the good news is the previous councils had the courage to find $1 million a year, and now we've got 4.
And we've got options. With the 115 trust, you have options on how to decide what to do. And that's what you're talking about there is a second, about 5 lines up. It's called additional pension mitigation. That's the money that's been going into the trust. This year we're putting one in. Next year would be the last year of that initial promise to fund for 5. And the good news is when we run the numbers, 5 is enough that when you start to get at that really big peak, you can pull it out of that savings account and cut the peak off. So it's a matter of do you save it and use it for that? Do you put some away now and like your home loan analogy and reduce the whole thing? But you've got it, and that's the budget for it.
And Jamie, just to be specific, I can't remember from our discussion the other day, what can you cap it at? Do you remember the number you can cap the UAL payment at if you start to use this extra?
That's why I believe using the funding we have, we can probably hold it at about 3.2, 3.3. So that's why this is instead
of going all the way to 4.5.
Instead of going up to 4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is good news.
Any other questions from the council?
Oh, I've got a quick question. Jamie, first, thank you for all of the amazing work that you've done. Just really good work here. My only question would be if it's possible the next time we get the 5-year financial forecast chart, can you provide us one without putting the PD, because it just skews the capital outlay numbers so much? So if we could just see what it would be like if that isn't the option that we choose for funding repairs and renovation to the police department.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to present that to make sense.
Yeah, and thank you. And on our financial stewardship working group, that was something that Mr. Bruder and Mr. Delf said, it's to be determined, right? So should we just peel it out, because the numbers are much more palatable when you're not talking about 18.8 million or 15.7 million, right? You reduce it by $10 million, it's more manageable.
It's not only even that they're more palatable, you're just unlikely to fund it that way. Like, you're not going to fund the police station out of cash flow.
Interesting discussion to have before a Thursday meeting, for sure.
Yeah, and the challenge is, though, your current policies count it as a part of capital projects. So when we do measures and policy compliance, it counts. But certainly we can figure out how to show it.
Yeah. Any other questions from the council?
So I was going to wait on this one, but I think maybe this is the time to make the point, because of what you just said, Alessandra. Because when I look at this, what we basically are projecting deficit spending. We're not allowed to have a deficit budget. We can have a deficit budget, but only if we have the money in the bank to make up for a shortfall, which is where we've been the last several years from a budget standpoint. And I think that's. But it's not. It's a balanced budget. Put it that way. And we're projecting having unbalanced budgets, and that's driven in some part by these really big numbers for the police station. But for me, and again, this is a private sector thing, but I also shared in the public sector, is I don't think we should be projecting deficits. I think we should be telling the truth about what is possible to spend, and not have a 18.8, 15.7, 12.8. Those are unrealistic. It's fantasy. And I don't think fantasy is good planning. Mm-hmm. So I think, I wonder what others think of that, and this will come up again in the CIP. But at the other part of it, and this will be related to your policy change of changing the 3% to 10% on the CIP, is we also need to be more conscious and thoughtful and purposeful about replenishing every year money for capital. And that kind of says we can't continue to budget to spend 100% of our revenue on operations. It's got to stop. So your proposal would take us to 90. If implemented. So that's, I'm excited about that, knowing how difficult it is, but I think now's the time to have that sort of realistic conversation.
And thereby the policy changes that you're suggesting, probably. All right, so we're going to open it up to the public for comments. And then once we're done with that, we'll have hopefully a brief conversation. We'll take a bio break.
Thank you.
I'm just curious if we have any federal grants or funding pending that would be in this budget. No, and we don't get federal grants or budgeting, but we do get Coastal Commission grants.
Why don't we ask all the questions, and Ms. Jett will answer that when everyone's done, ma'am.
Yes.
I love numbers, so. I have a couple of observations and maybe comments. I'm totally in agreement with you, Bob. I would say, looking at a budget that is all in deficit for the next number of years that are projected here, I'm going to use my strong words, seems irresponsible. So either we prepare a budget that is kind of like, what is a real budget to stay in the black? What is it that we can do? So maybe what we ought to look at is, okay, this is with everything we want. So what is it that has to maybe allow us to have a balanced budget? Because right now, this doesn't seem reasonable. in my opinion, based on the deficit that we're presenting. Okay, that was my number one observation. So my question or my request will be, can we break it down into maybe 2 or 3 types of budgets? The budget that is achievable, that allows us to stay in the black, and the budget that is being proposed with all the plans, and what is it that is going to be eventually when we review a strategic plan that could be a 3-year plan, and therefore you say, this is what's achievable, this is what's not, and this is what has to be deferred. That will be kind of what I consider more responsible. And the second item, and I try to figure this out, but I can't, so I need help, is we look at actuals and we look at the adopted budget, right? And we also look at the estimated. But if we look at actuals and adopted, I do not understand why, and I'm going to be kind of use one line item, salaries. So I go, from example, if I just read you something here from 2024, 2025, the salaries, okay, from the adopted budget at 16 million. But then I go to my estimated actual, and it's 13 million. So can you explain to me where those $3 million went, and or why are we so apart in our estimations? So we used to do in the private world, under budgeting and over budgeting, depending on what you wanted to have as an outcome. So I want to understand, why are we doing such big difference of outcomes or numbers, and what is it that we're trying to achieve by making such a big difference? I don't understand. So if somebody can explain that to me, that'll be great. You okay with what I just said?
What you're saying, what you're asking, I believe, is why is the budget so much higher than the actual for salaries and benefits?
Correct. And that's one example. What a huge gap.
I bet Jamie can tell us the answer to that.
That would be fabulous. Thank you.
I would guess that part of it is we didn't hire all the people that we thought we were going to hire.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And Jamie, you want to? Any other comments? I think that's all I see.
For questions?
Anybody online?
I don't see anybody on Zoom with their hand raised.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you, Ashley. Jamie, you want to answer the question, and then we'll do some comments.
So a couple questions. So we don't have any assumptions about future one-time funding, and grants, but generally we will apply for grants to the state, especially depending on what construction progress we get done. You don't get the funding most of the time until after it's done, so there can be timing issues there too. So.
What Jamie's trying to say, Mrs. Jett, is that the spike you see as the estimated actual this year are grant funds that we've received this fiscal year, and we're not anticipating any next year.
And they related to prior years. So another question, salaries. So generally, the city's had a practice of trying to be conservative, and it's budgeting for salaries if everybody gets hired, and is budgeting for salaries at the top of the salary scale because of the challenges that we have as we fill our positions. So if we're going through the year and we're not filling all our positions, or the salaries are able to not go to the top, then we have a little bit of a savings. And that's the difference between actual and budget. The budget is being conservative and maxing that out.
That being said, if we had hired them, the bottom line numbers wouldn't be very good.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's another way to look at this, is if we actually were successful in our hiring practices, we'd be going red pretty quickly.
Great point, Mayor. In fact, we use those salary savings when we, that's like, I can't. Every year we come to you and say, we have an overage, we need money for X, Y, or Z because something gets inserted. Can we use the money from salary savings? And you say yes. So thank you for that, Mayor.
I guess I'd have to ask the Financial Stewardship Committee if they think that's good practice.
That's
but
right.
We'll bring it back for comments at this point. Thank you.
I have some comments. Chip makes me laugh because every year I've been on the council, we have exactly the same discussion, and I think it's interesting that if you go back to a slide, go back a couple slides that says historic trends. Can we do that? Back to the, I don't know which, yeah, I think that's it. And if you go back to this slide, what you'll see is that every year every single year, the actual revenues are greater than the budgeted revenues, and the actual expenses are less than the budget expenses. And what I would point out as kind of a real-time example of this is, Jamie had up our estimated TOT revenues, our estimated actual TOT revenues for 24, 25, and you don't need to bring it up. Maybe this is at $7.932 million. And I'll note that that is less than our actual revenues from 23, 24, which are $8.579 million. But yet every quarter, we get these TOT reports, and every quarter our numbers are better than the numbers were last year. So in spite of the fact that our TOT revenues are outperforming last year's, our estimated numbers are still lower. And this is a fight. This is a discussion that Chip and I have every year. I'm more like Maria, and I would rather the budget numbers be accurate than conservative. And staff is more like Chip, and they want the budget numbers to be conservative rather than accurate. So every year there's a surplus. And to Bob's point that we run a deficit. The reason we run this, I call it an imaginary deficit, is that every year we find $6 million that we're under budget from last year. And so while these numbers, this deficit is, for all intents and purposes, imaginary because we're spending money from last year. And if we ran, and this is by your definition, a balanced budget that was just this year, and we didn't spend any of the money that we saved last year, we would have this bank account that just ballooned by $6 million every year. And in fact, you can see that's in this particular slide, available resources is in fact that number. So what I view that we do, last year we had a $10 million deficit, but all that money was fund balance, and we didn't even do a very good job of spending it. So all that money is fund balance from last year. So we're in the red for this year, but we're spending money that we saved from last year's overperformance, from staff's conservative budget. So I don't view us as having run a budget deficit. I don't view us as running a budget deficit every year. I view us as just spending the money that we didn't get around to spending last year because staff had this really conservative budget. So I have a completely different view.
Actually, I agree with you.
On that. So, now I look, and now, as Jamie just brings up this slide, I look at, this unassigned fund balance number of $11.9 million and the capital project number of $11 million, like that's $22 million for the capital budget. And we certainly do not have to spend all the $11.9 million on capital projects. But we certainly don't need to spend $23 million on capital projects, but there is a significant amount of money, that the city has not spent because of our conservatism.
All right, Hans?
So I actually agree with both of you. The thing that you look at when you look at the budget, when you look at the budgeted numbers is exactly what, I think both Bob and I talked about at the campaign, which is basically, hey, like all of the revenue is being gobbled up by operating expenses, right? It's like if you're a family and you're not putting away any money for retirement and you're just spending all of the money every year. And that obviously is not sustainable and needs to change. As the financial stewardship work group, this kind of segues into the next discussion. We came up with this concept and credit Bob, but the concept was basically to take 10% of revenue right off the top and say, hey, that is going to be used for capital, right? And so, in some sense, it would sort of force you to, take all of your OpEx and squeeze it into 90% of the revenue, as opposed to letting it balloon to 100% of the revenue. I think that is a great policy, particularly when we get to a place where the budget actually starts to approximate, what's actually happening with the actuals. there are two pieces of good news, and I think Jeff made the point is currently the budget and the actuals, really bear no relation to each other, and so there is this kind of imaginary. It's not really a deficit, but there's an imaginary situation where revenue exactly equals operating expenses. I mean, if you go back, I wish I could share my screen, because I took this in Excel. My preferred way to look at this is take all what we're calling operating expenses, add debt service, because that's a recurring expense. I even add in the pension mitigation.
Yep, me too.
And so then I come to like a subtotal line, which is basically everything before capital. And that's what I'm focused on. And if you go back to 2023 through 2024, the budget said, that we were basically going to be in the black by 66 grand, right? So again, that situation where you're just completely eating up all your revenue with operating expenses. What actually happened? We ended up with $8.6 million left over, right? For capital, right? In the next year, the budget was we were going to have $154,000. So again, this was last year's budget that we campaigned on. Hey, the revenue is getting all gobbled up by operating expenses. And what's estimated to happen when we come to the end of the fiscal year from Jamie? We're going to have $6.8 million left over for capital, et cetera. And so, both things are true. Like, we want to have a situation where we are not spending all of our revenue on operating expenses. So we want to have that policy. We also want to have a more accurate budget that I think is a better management tool, and that informs the public better. The piece of good news is potentially it's not quite as bad as we think it is when we actually look at our track record. Now maybe we're entering more uncertain economic times. And then the other thing that I wanted to touch on was just kind of where we stand, because I find, Jamie, can you go to the fund balance chart? Yeah. We've had a lot of discussions in the financial stewardship work group about, hey, how can we make this more intelligible? And we're talking about, hey, can we make a dashboard that's simpler for the public? And I think that that's actually going to be very important. But just for the benefit of the public, if I could sort of simplify it, another reason why it's not quite as bad as it looks, and I understand that you look at that 5-year budget and you say, wow, we're drowning in red ink. Here's the other piece though. Currently we have $4.5 million sitting in an operating reserve, kind of a rainy day fund. We also have $11 million sitting in a CapEx reserve, right, by policy. So that gives us $15.5 million of reserves by policy. And in addition to that, we have $12 million in, the term of art is unassigned fund balance, but money we can do anything we want with, right? That's not even a reserve, right? So in total, that's what, $27.5 million, right? 15 of which is a reserve, which we probably want to keep. And then $12 million, largely from these accrued, situations where we're just kind of not, we have money left over at the end of the year. And so I think that's an important backdrop to have when you start to assess, like, what is our financial situation, as a city. And so those are my comments.
Thank you. Alessandra?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I'll just keep it brief. My main concern whenever we've been doing the budgets is that we put aside so much money that we think we're going to be spending on capital projects and we don't get to that amount. So any kind of a policy change I think would be welcome. I think that would make sense, because that just doesn't seem to make sense to me to be doing that. And I definitely agree with Maria and her comments about, we need to have and present a balanced budget, and showing us one in the red is really not something that we're going to want to get ourselves into. So I would much rather like we just discussed, take out that PD funding and get a realistic idea of what a balanced budget would be for those future years.
Yeah, I think we'd all like to see that. And I like everything I was hearing. I think it's going to be good to hear the policy changes in the section 4 tonight. But I think if there are no other comments, I think it's time to have a bio break. So we'll come back in, let's say at 10 till. Sure. Since there aren't very many people here. We'll come back at 10 till. That's 6:40. Thank you.
You made progress over the weekend, too.
Yes.
This.
Oh, that. It's just, it's unintelligible.
I'm getting there. Is sandbagging the best practice?
That's political benefits.
Is it a sandbagging? That's what sandbagging.
That every year. I know, and I haven't made any progress, and so I just adjusted my internal mental processes to account for it. Like, that's why we have all that money.
And it's not wrong. But I would rather we didn't do it.
I get his point. I get his point. I get his point.
So the school district I left, I got elected to strategic point. So I was the treasurer for 11 years.
And I've continually lost that, like I've had it every single year.
Now it's partial layoffs.
No.
Because they had not been on top of the revenue. And so
You have elements.
So literally for 11 years, having too much reserves, and I leave in the late. Good.
All right, we're going to get started here. We need Hans. Not really. What, not really? No, okay. We're going to start without Hans. We're going to take a chance here. Now we're moving on to item 3, another exciting subject. We're going to hear a presentation on the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 capital improvement program and 5-year capital improvement plan. And once again, we've got the Public Works Department here to present it after doing a lot of hard work. So if you'd like to take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Doesn't sound, okay, there we go. So at first, we wanted to present the 2024-2025 capital improvement plan projects that we've been going through this year. And you can see the legend. I have two things that were in your staff report. So there's one table and then the table before it. And so the projects, there are a total of 25 projects that we had under the program, and 11 of those projects are currently complete. Those are the ones in the bright green. And then in the lighter green, there are 7 projects that will be complete by the end of this fiscal year. And then there are 5 projects that are in blue that have been started but will be complete next fiscal year. And then there's 2 projects that we don't have a completion date. And this identifies the vehicles and the equipment fund that were part of that 2024-25 CIP. And this is a little bit harder to see for the audience, but this also identifies all of the different projects and shows you the status of where they are. And the 2 projects that were in the unknown date for completion was the Sunset Center retaining wall project, as well as the police building project. So those were the 2 that we identified. So a prior project that is recommended for cancellation, this was part of our strategic priorities where we talked about canceling the Scout House relocation. So we just identified that in the staff report as well. There are 6 carryover projects for the CIPs, one being the conglomerate paving project. That project is starting up, and Javier's here in the audience and can help if there's any questions that we have about that project. And we are putting part of the budget in this fiscal year and part of it in next year because we're starting the project this year, but we think it's going to carry over into next year, because it's going to be done over summertime. And then you can see the other projects that we've identified that are carryover CIPs. This map shows us which streets are part of this conglomerate street paving. And in the legend, you can see that the red identifies where different streets are going to be resurfaced with an asphalt overlay. The blue is pavement spot repairs and microsurfacing. And the orangey color is roadway reconstruction. This map identifies what the sidewalk repairs are planned as part of that project. That's the purple. And that we had just met with the finance group on Thursday, and so Javier pulled these maps together to identify in the for this meeting tonight. So that's why they weren't as part of your staff report. And we have, this was like a working table that we had developed. And in the column of year 1 are the projects that we're going to go over tonight. And it's a 2-pager, and I apologize to the audience once again that it's hard to read it, but we're going to go in detail on what those potential projects are. And I won't go in detail unless you have questions at the end, but I'll just kind of go through the names of the projects and the budget that we identified for it. And then if you have more questions about that, we can do that. So we start off with the new vehicle and equipment fund, where we've been leasing radios, and we're on year 5 of the lease, and it's a $30,000 amount. The Public Works compact track loader, we are requesting, it's $125,000. Public Works EV trucks, we're requesting 2 of them at $150,000. An ambulance heart monitor is $35,000. And in your packet, there was a fire vehicle EV and a police motorcycle EV, and this was a change to that request that we talked to the police chief this morning, and we made a change to it. So the fire vehicle, that can be pushed to next year for being replaced, so we're not requesting that this year. But the police motorcycle EV, they are requesting a replacement of 2 Dodge Durangos with 2 Ford Explorer patrol vehicles. And the cost of those, I believe, are $60,000 each, so $120,000. So that's a new change. So now we're going to just quickly go through the potential new CIP fund projects. We're anticipating the Junipero bypass pipe design, $175,000, resurfacing parking lots at the Children's Library and Sunset Center, $300,000, sidewalks, $500,000. That was something we added recently. ADA updates, year 8. That's something we do every year, and it's $20,000. The Sunset Center retaining walls construction is $400,000. But just note that we're requesting 1 structural wall, not both of them. The fire station upgrades, $140,000. Design repairs, and that's per our facility conditions assessment, $150,000.
Mary, could we go back 1 slide, please?
Sure.
So, one of the things, we often hear that, we don't tear things down, we remodel them. And we did remodel the fire station several years ago and made it, it's not ADA accessible, but it's been earthquake proofed, right? So it's got steel in it now. But because it's a little bit older, we have to customize all of our fire trucks. So we can't buy a stock fire truck. It has to be customized. So what you see here, and again, we're doing the design work now, is we have to remove this. If you've seen in the bay all the way on the right, this weird little office in the back, that whole structure would be removed and relocated. So to fit the new fire truck, which comes in December. So that's why it's in there. So yes, we do remodel whenever we can, but it often has financial issues associated with remodeling, such as a customized fire truck and then upgrades and modifications. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks. So the facilities conditions assessment design repairs, we put $150,000 into that. There's 3 buildings that need fire backflows that need to go to code. That's City Hall, HML Library, and the Park Branch Library. That's $200,000. Sunset Center painting, phase 2. We did phase 1 this year. Phase 2 is $250,000. The police building, we didn't put a number associated with that one because we'll discuss that on Thursday night. Piccadilly restroom expansion design. This is just for the design, not construction, and that's $70,000. The Sunset Center Yoga Center re-roof, $100,000. The Park Branch Library window repairs project, $50,000. Sunset Center elevator power unit, that's $120,000. City Hall exterior shingles, $70,000. Mission Trails Nature Preserve stream projects number 5 and 6 designs is $125,000. And then reconstruction of the 4th Avenue outfall. These are the beach projects. The construction, we have $900,000. The sand ramp at 8th Avenue is $250,000, and that one, I don't believe that's the entire cost of it, but this is design work for the ramp, and I'd have to check with Javier to see, because I know he's in the process of getting the information for that one. The shoreline repairs, stairs construction, we have $500,000. And then IT network refresh, $60,000. wireless access point, 50,000, the library master plan administration, 50,000, and then we always do a CIP contingency fund, and we have 500,000 in that fund.
Let me speak, if I may, speak
Yes.
to this one. You know, the mayor, through his prior life on Carmel Cares, did a lot of projects. Carmel Cares continues to do a lot of projects. So the mayor and I have been talking about, and Mr. Buder mentioned it, when you have a willing partner. So it's really kind of a policy question that I'll pose to you today. If we've got a willing partner in a Carmel Cares or any of our public support groups, should we earmark money for capital work? And I should have started this presentation by saying two things. Number one, there are no bad projects. I mean, again, what we have here is we have just great projects in the city. For my decade back here, we've been focusing on essential maintenance, public health, public safety. So that's kind of number one. I forget what number two was at this point, but it'll come back to me. But again, the mayor and I have been talking about some projects, and I've asked him to speak to these, but this was just my gush from from one of our meetings. And maybe we can tag team these, but again, Carmel Cares is willing to pitch in with some of these things. One is Devendorf Park improvements, enhancing the war memorials and the area around them, which would be capital work, maybe some hardscape and some landscape, restoration, upgrade of the fish pond, the guardrail and fence. So the guardrail is on the 6th Avenue side by the MST bus stop with the new blue benches, and then the fencing around, I think the rest of the
Goes all the way.
Connects around, especially where along Junipero, where there's the exposed stream bed or drain pipe. And then a Scenic in Santa Lucia, there's an opportunity for an ADA parking spot so people could access our restroom. Scenic pathway enhancements, the mayor will tell you a story about, he met with one of his colleagues down there, professional, and was thinking that the refresh for the decomposed granite would be about $250,000, and the estimate came in at 4 times that, so $1 million to remove and replace all the decomposed granite on the scenic pathway. And then the other item here is a second. You've heard about this. You heard about this when we were talking about our priorities. A second restroom at Piccadilly Park, again, something that's certainly needed. But one of the things that I'll pose to you, and again, on our financial stewardship working group, we talked about this just very briefly, is council, your philosophy on if you have limited funds, do we want to, I think Mary talked about the re-roof of the restroom at Devendorf, which is $50,000, I believe. And then, I think we've earmarked $70,000 for the design work for next fiscal year for adding a second restroom at Piccadilly. But it is $70,000. So is your philosophy to continue to kind of march forward with things that we need to do or deal with our deferred maintenance on things that we know are already broken or need maintenance? So again, it's a political, a policy philosophy that I'm hoping to get your fingerprints on tonight. And Mayor, what did I miss from this list, sir?
I've got a PowerPoint slideshow if you want it. I've got a PowerPoint slideshow if you want me to run through it quick.
My suggestion, sir, is why don't we let Mary finish and then
I think that's a good idea.
Jump in.
But there's only one other project that I had on mind, which is to do the same thing to the entrance medians on Rio and the median at Junipero and Ocean that we did to the Ocean Avenue medians.
Oh,
so there's a common theme.
Got it.
And so that the entrance to the city is beautiful instead of not.
Thank you.
But
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. So once again, these are the two 5-year budget CIPs. You'll notice that in the year 5 column, we haven't really identified a lot of the different projects in that column yet. We wanted to get more input from you, and we will go through and identify that as well. So we are trying to seek direction from you on the acceptance of the CIP projects that are completed or anticipated to be completed this fiscal year. Confirmation to cancel the one CIP project, the Scout House relocation. confirmation to carry over 6 projects from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, review of potential projects next fiscal year in the vehicle and equipment and capital improvement funds, and review the preliminary 5-year CIP, including some of the projects that are listed in the years 2 through 5. And then if you can add, delete, modify, or identify projects based on the public comments that you received tonight and your input, we will return to council at a future date and refine this list and bring that back to you for a second review. And that's it.
I do remember the other thing. So Mary's first slide, so we budgeted $12 million for capital work this year. If you excise out of that list the $3 million that we had for the police department public works building, and you also, would you have in for pavement, 2.1 million or something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, we will, by the end of the fiscal year, be done with 75% of our capital work, which is great. I mean, and it's probably better than we've been doing in years past. You know, that said, I think it fits in line with what Mr. Yamoff said earlier, which is, you know, this to be determined police department, maybe we shouldn't be tracking on this kind of a list because it throws off the metrics, you know, so much because it's such large amounts of money. So anyway, I wanted to make sure I thanked the department, our acting director and her faithful companion, Javier, for getting, you know, stepping into the breach and then trying to continue the momentum on some of the projects that the council approved previously. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So, questions from the council? Want to start on this side now?
Okay.
We'll start over there.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question probably for the police chief, and I'm not trying to make this, I'm saying this with all seriousness, but when there is a power outage, and how are we going to charge all these electric vehicles? Is there some kind of a backup system for those sort of circumstances?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We have 3 electric vehicles in the police department. We have 2 plugs to charge right now. And if we have a power outage, we have a generator. So part of our fleet is electric, but I'm also looking to have the other half of our fleet still be gas. So we can manage and continue to do operations should we have a long-term power outage when we can't get fuel for the generator.
Okay, thank you.
Before you leave, is that generator capable of the power required to charge a vehicle? Because I know it's significant.
You know, it's something we should test. Yeah. I know we've been on the generator a few times this past storm, and we haven't seen any drop off in our ability to charge the vehicle.
Okay, good.
And then I had a question for Mary, and I'm not trying to quibble on this, but it was my understanding when we had the strategic priorities meeting that, for example, the 8th Avenue sand ramp would be put under the existing shoreline infrastructure repairs, and now it's like it's a separate new project. So can you explain the reasoning behind that?
Sure. And Javier. So we are currently in contract with a designer that is starting that project. And so Javier can provide some more specifics about what our plan is for that.
Okay.
Right. Good evening. So we are in our contract. We are in the process of reworking the contract that council, you guys give us authority to proceed with, to include the sand ramp. That contract is not fully authorized yet. So we're working to include that project in there. The budget on here, I think Mary was pointing out, is for construction of the sand ramp. But we still have to work through the, I guess, design mitigation on it itself. But it is being included in the current contract with the Moffitt and Nickel.
Okay, and you don't have any update yet or anything you can let us know?
No, as of last week, I know the contract was being routed. Nova's not here, but I don't have an update on it yet.
Okay, because my concern is, and I appreciate over the past 2 weeks or so, I think it started like around March 1st, is all the work to push up the sand and make it somewhat functional. But unfortunately, just in the time period since that happened, people now have been using it a lot, and it's undone a significant amount of all that sand that got pushed up, and there are parts that are exposed again. So either, I don't know if we put up some kind of signs to tell people not to use it, or otherwise I think it's going to have to be an ongoing thing where the crews go back out and push the sand back up, because it's part of it is exposed again, especially where the rocks underneath the decomposed granite for the ramp. I mean, it's not looking great again.
Right. So it does require maintenance in the interim. So that's something that I think we have on, even on our CIP, we have a piece of equipment that's critical for that type of effort. So we are working towards that. The design on the sand ramp will probably not be anything like it was prior to this, right? Because it needs to be fortified to make sure it doesn't continue to slip into like downhill.
Right. So my question is it worth it? I mean, this is sort of like an overall policy question, Chip. This is certainly, your role too, is do we want to have somebody keep going every week or so or 2 weeks to keep pushing up that sand? I mean, because if now that the public is using it and it's getting a lot of wear and tear just in the few weeks that we've, done that.
I mean, currently, like Javier alluded to, we do have to rent the equipment to get that sand up there. And so we typically do that a couple times a year. That's been recent practice. And so, it's unfortunate that people are using it and it's eroding quickly. So I'll talk to the, actually, he might not be on anymore, but Rob, the superintendent, he was going to be attending. But, it's something that we do know that we have to get that ramp in place, but it likely won't look like the same ramp that we had.
And then is there any kind of a timetable for how long it would take them to build it?
Not yet. We have to have them get out and design it, and they'll let us know like what's it's gonna take.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Alessandra, anything else?
No,
Bob?
I just have one question. It's from the staff report. Basically said 27 potential new capital projects valued at $9.8 million have been identified for FY 25-26. While staff recognizes the merit of all these projects, the total cost exceeds the available funding. And just a question for Jamie as well. Given fund balances or otherwise available resources, is that a true statement?
That's what they call chip math. So yeah, under my mathematic model, that would be the case, but underneath 3 of your now mathematic model, we probably have additional funds, sir.
It's been exposed.
Yeah. I don't apologize for being a conservative budgeter, but and I was just talking to Brandon. I mean, we welcome this new way of budgeting. So it's kind of, I'm excited in a weird way about so anyway, so yeah, under my own method, our old methodology.
Yours.
Well, the council approved it in the past, so, but under the new one, we might have more flexibility, sir.
And then, and this is, it's a question, but it kind of informs the rest of this, is can we really spend $9.8 million?
Let me take that one. I mean, that is, we still have a project manager position that we've not filled. And as Javier and Mary can tell you, a project manager can do, maybe not a dozen, maybe 8 to 10 projects per year, depending on their complexity. We will continue to have to rely on, if we want to get things done, outside contractors. So as long as the council and the community continues to embrace our use of contractors, we can get these things done, sir. Project management contractors, we can get these things done, I think. Because again, we've got a Quiver, we've got Wallace Group, you've met Asonio, other groups that can help us manage projects. So again, with that, I think we can, sir, yes.
Because really only if you can't. And over the course of the next 3 months before we approve a final budget, I would just ask you to continue to challenge yourself because I think there's some movement, energy here to shift towards annual CIP that we're not falling way short of at the end. That, you know, okay, 10% doesn't get done at the end of the year. It's because stuff happens, pavement being one just because of weather. But we don't want to be at 50%.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jamie, do you think you could just check my math for a second? So this is talking about $9.8 million of CIP, and then I'm cutting $2 million for the police department / public works to get to 7.78 million. And then of the 7.78 million, there's 2.1 million that's carried over from last year, most of which is paving. And so then I'm left with, and I wasn't doing this I think I was doing this like by hand, but like 5.67 million of net new capital improvement projects. Does that sound like right?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
Say it again.
So basically there's $9.8 million of total CIP. 2 million of that is the police department, which I think we strip out.
Yep.
I would just get that off this list. So then I've got 7.78 million, and then 2.1 million of that is the carryover, most of which is the paving from last year's budget. So that gives us 5.67 million of like net new capital improvement projects.
So just to follow on to that, are we really going to carry over the full paving, or are we going to get some of it done?
It's his fiscal year issue.
Right. We're looking into entering into contract this year and getting a portion of the work done. We just don't believe we can get the entire project during the peak season of Carmel done.
So again, by June 1st, we'll have a better idea of exactly what that number might be.
Right now, we're working on an agreement with the county on a portion of the project, so it's just getting the details ironed out on that, but we're ready to go out to bid on that project.
And thank you for providing the map of.
Oh, no, not a problem.
That's great. Thanks.
Don't go away.
For me either. Go ahead.
So I'll start with roads, since we were talking about roads. So the money that we budgeted last year for roads, is that all spent? Is that like, I'm like, where are the 25, 26 roads that we need to get the $500,000 from SB1 and whatnot? Like, is that in this budget somewhere?
It's in the current fiscal year.
I think I just don't understand, but I want to.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of pieces you can't see but I'll tell you, this graph has got some color codes, and the kind of salmon peachy color is the carryover, but that's only the carryover of what won't be committed and in process at the end of this year. So the roads was 2.8.
Which page are you looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at the 5-year. But what you can't see is that this year we had a budget of 2.8, and we're only carrying forward that first peach line of 1.4. And so we're saying that by June 30, we will have spent or have accounts payable for 1.4, but that's June 30, and this is March. So the contracts have been all drafted up and are being circulated, but the tractors haven't rolled yet, the trucks haven't started dumping yet. That's going to happen in May. So you haven't seen those road repairs yet.
But we always, a question for you, for Chip, we always operate this way with roads. I mean, this is how long it takes. You know, we approve a road, we approve a set of roads during this process. You know, we did this last year. We approve a set of roads, and then it takes forever to, no offense, it takes forever to go out and get a bid on the roads, and then by the time the weather's okay, we're at this point of the year. Right. So are we going to go through that process this year? Like, are we going to go through the road approval process, like the segments that need to be repaved for the pavement management index? You know, that process that we go through every year, where you come to us with, here's what we're going to do this year.
Well, I think one of the slides Mary had was the segments that we're proposing.
I thought that was I thought
this current fiscal year.
I thought those segments
and some
were
get
for
carried
last
over.
Fiscal year.
Current fiscal year.
The current.
They are.
I think
the current fiscal year.
To clarify, and this was a question I had too, which I think is now germane to Jeff's question.
It says 24, 25.
There's no
on both.
new paving money in the budget for this coming year. It's just carried over money from last year, right?
Correct.
Right.
And then can you confirm that that meets our maintenance of effort for SB1 and Measure X?
Yes.
That was Mr. Barron's original question.
But it doesn't answer.
So
the-
we approved $2.8 million worth of roads last year.
Yes.
I thought some of that, and now I'm reaching, but I thought some of that money was from the previous year.
It was.
And so we have some money, so this $2.8 million is like 23, 24, and 24, 25 roads.
So this is a commercial advertisement for the next item on the agenda, which is, once you approve it, leave it on and finish it. Because what we've been doing is stopping it, starting a new project, stopping that, starting a new project. And so what we're saying is, this year, we stopped whatever wasn't done at the end of last year, and we started at 2.8. And what we're saying today is, by the time we get to June 30, that 2.8 will be half done. But if we...
But 2.8, like this $2.8 million that's in the budget, like that sounds to me like 2 years of $1.4 billion expenditures. It sounds like the 23, 24, and 24, 25 number. But that's not going to work for the Measure X money, is it? Like,
So maintenance of effort is just under $700,000 a year. We can put salaries towards that, we can put materials. So inside the operations of the departments, you can pull out some of those expenses and then put with it these projects. So maintenance of effort, about $700,000. So as long as we get above that, then we've covered our starting spot. And everything above that then can qualify.
so when you bring a budget to us like next month, there's going to be a $400,000, $450,000, whatever credit for maintenance of effort that we're going to get from TAMC and from the state, from the state via TAMC.
It's in this table, sir. It's under other sources at the bottom, I think.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's, so my first comment is, my first question is, so all of our ducks in a row, all of our ducks are in a row. And I'll save my comment on that. I'll save my comment on pavement for a minute.
Yeah, when TMC produces their annual report, you'll see a big X mark that the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea has met its maintenance of effort requirement.
Okay. Someone's calling. And then where does last year there was a huge deal about catching up on tree maintenance. Like, $4 million $4 million spread over 3 years to catch up on taking care of the trees. And, there's a lot of talk about getting rid of the stumps downtown, but Hans, not to steal Hans's thunder, has a 20-foot stump like a block away from his house that I hear about every year.
It's gone.
It's gone?
And it's been ground as of today.
So is that going on? That's fantastic. So I won't have to hear about it.
I guarantee you that there was no relation between the selection of that stump and the proximity of my house.
Yeah, we believe you, Hans.
So
That's
is that
operating
so
budget.
where is that $4 million in the 1/3 of $4 million in the budget?
Sorry, that's under the forestry operating budget. So I believe a few years ago we put the operating budget, even though they could be CIP projects, but we put them in the operating.
Yeah.
So that's where that will be located when we get the operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have some comments later.
One of the things that we're also in the same vein, sir, to answer your question, one of the things we're talking about on financial stewardship is, that forestry budget is under contractual services, which gets rolled up into a big number. And, Jamie and Jane can unroll it in the city forester, and Mary know what it is. But if we want to have it actionable, and I think this council wants to target, so show me the roll down, much like Brandon was talking earlier about beach projects and having those 4 roll downs so we can have what percentage you are on the ramp or the staircase or the revetments or 4th Avenue. We're thinking about using the same kind of methodology for our budgeting for contractual work. So again, you see tree maintenance and you have a dollar amount and you can see on a monthly or quarterly basis how much we've spent of the money you're budgeted instead of seeing a larger number that's all rolled up. So that's one of the things we've talked about as well, and I think it's a good goal.
Okay. That's all my question.
Okay. So I've got a lot of questions. Some of them I think we should do here. Some maybe we should just sit down like we have before and go through the numbers, because I don't really like to question some things in public. It's if I think we're way off. But if you could go back to the equipment list and bring it up, and I'll just go one at a time. I'll try to do this quickly for the rest other council members.
Okay, so let's see.
Thank you for all this work, by the way.
Sure.
It's a lot.
Okay, so it's the one
That
before
one.
this one. Yes.
So there's no discussion necessary on the radios that we are releasing. There's no new technology. It's the same radios. We're just going to do another 5-year lease. There's no obsolescence is what I'm asking.
They get updated periodically with new, I don't know, software, microchips or something. But yeah, this is a lease with Monterey County so that all the public safety agencies use the same.
There's no reason to discuss it is what I'm asking.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
The track loader, I'm not familiar with that term. I do like tractors, though. Is that a skidster, basically? The same one things we've been renting?
Yes, it's very similar. Rob was explaining it to me earlier, but it's the way that we can get up and down the dunes.
And they're very handy.
Yeah.
North in Mission Trails, it's going to be wonderful because they're more nimble. I know they were over there taking out poison ivy. I happened to stumble onto them today with the big tractor. It was something. So, and once again, you've done all the research on that.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're doing
Rob
this,
does.
by the way, because I've been pushing Rob to do this for about 5 years now, because it's just such a handy thing. And so what brand are you getting?
Do you know? I don't think I have the name of the brand.
I'll just go ask
Yeah.
Rob.
When we move up, we'll get a picture.
I'll
We'll
ask
put a
Rob.
pop-up picture in here.
Yeah.
In the EV trucks, I guess I have the same sort of comment that Alessandra had. Like, we're layering on a lot of electric vehicles, and we're having a hard time keeping up with the people charging their Teslas. So I'm hoping that you've got all that figured out, because there could be costs associated with that, not just the vehicle.
Right. Yeah. It's also in the portion of that paragraph, the state has the mandate for increasing the city's fleet into EV vehicles. And so I believe it was last year, Public Works was going to get a couple of EV trucks, but then I think they were the fire or the police department actually got those trucks, and then we got gas powered trucks.
So if the state took away that mandate, would you still get them?
That's a good question. I think we'd have to discuss that.
I think it's in our climate action plan.
Yeah.
So it's probably a policy that we currently have, Mayor.
Okay.
We can
All right.
confirm that, though.
But this is all in new charging stations, other infrastructure?
Okay.
We
we do have infrastructure up at Vista Lobos that's going
Okay.
in. Yeah.
Next, the heart monitor is a great idea.
Oh, do you want me to go?
Keep going, yeah.
Okay, and then this is the.
Why are you going to push off the fire vehicle to next year?
Yeah.
Yeah, good question. This is on a cycle to replace, so you can see it's 15 years old. That's kind of was the methodology when we started doing CIPs, the 5-year forecast and replacement of vehicles. But we changed that to replacing vehicles when needed, when repairs start to outpace the vehicle itself. This vehicle's fine. We know we can get another year out of it. We're not seeing a lot of repairs in this vehicle. So rather than spend $75,000 on a vehicle that doesn't need to be repaired, we want to push it to next year.
Okay, all right.
And we're doing the same with the motorcycle as well.
Okay, good. Next.
Yep.
Next page. Thank you. I don't understand that one, the bypass pipe, but I'm assuming it's good. Resurfacing the parking lots, is that all the parking lots at Sunset Center? Like, there are a lot of them.
I believe it's the main lot. The main parking lot, and then the children's library.
It just seems like a lot of money. I take it that you've thoroughly vetted it and you've got multiple bids and you've got. So this is, hopefully it could be less?
Correct.
And you don't have to hire a consultant for $150,000 to tell them how to pave it?
Right. I mean, this is a budgetary number. We can get a more precise cost. It just depends on where the bid comes in for it.
Worst case, that's a worst case.
We're hoping.
I guess that's a no.
This speaks to what this council's spoken about. If we're going to do something else, especially with the Sunset Center main lot, well, not that one, but are we investing in something that's going to change in the near future?
Yeah.
The main lot, which is at the turnaround at the front of the arch, is really rough pavement. I mean, it's really coarse. I don't know if you've walked on, driven on it, but anyway. But again, it's a point well taken. I think Mr. Booter, and I know you raised it as well, Mayor. Are we throwing money at something that we may not have for the next decade?
Is there a problem with putting it off for a year? Is it like the streets where if you wait too long, it becomes a bigger project?
It does. There's an index curve that tells you when asphalt should be repaired. Usually asphalt's good for 25, 30 years on its extreme end.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long this parking lot's been.
So we should probably all go take a walk in the Sunset Center parking lot and take a look at it. Yeah.
We had a chance to go by the children's library. Did you happen to do that?
No, I didn't get a chance.
Oh, it's in rough shape.
It's in rough shape.
Right. A lot of root damage and.
Okay, the sidewalks I think is a great investment, and I think we've got a good program started on that, and I think we're all seeing the results. Next page. I don't know what those are, but.
So our city's pretty obviously not ADA compliant, and we've got what's called an Americans with Disabilities Act transition plan. As long as we are investing something every year, I mean, it's the right thing to do, right? But it's also it kind of saves us from liability as well. So
could this be the ADA parking spots at Santa Lucia?
Did you pick a project for next year? I mean, we're doing water fountains and
No, we have not picked one for next year. I don't believe.
Okay.
So possibly, Mayor, to answer your question, yes.
There are two spots, not one.
Got it. Thank you.
Sunset Center retaining walls. I don't know if you just want to talk about this in private. I have a big question about that number, as you know, because we walked it
right
a month or two ago. I mean, I keep looking at it every day because I walk by there, and we really don't need to replace the whole wall. We just need to replace part of it, even if it's just stone. And we certainly don't need to put a foundation that thick under the sidewalk and replace the foundation on a power panel we're about to move. I mean, that whole thing is way over-engineered, in my humble opinion. But I think we should probably just talk about that again. We've done it once, but it's somehow showed up here again. And if you haven't bid that out, you might find that it's a $125,000 project when you bid it out.
Right.
Not for the design you have, but to do a wall that's 3 feet tall that's just, I can't approve that.
My suggestion, Mayor, is that Javier, why don't we get on the call with the mayor and the design engineer and have them actually explain.
I'd love to.
Why they engineered the footing and the keyway the way they did. Please.
I'd love to do that. Fire station upgrades. I know that we're getting one fire engine. Thank you. That was a couple years ago. And from what I understand, the backup fire engine is probably at some point approaching end of life as well, which means we're going to end up getting another one at some point. No? That's bad information. Okay. All right.
You hear it from a firefighter?
Should we do the whole thing for 2 fire engines so we can save money doing the project twice?
We are moving the entire wall back.
You are?
Right.
Okay, that's good.
The wall up and the back face.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's perfect. Next. Firefighter. I think we're almost done here. Sunset Center painting. I know last time we spent like $120,000 on what ended up being a $300,000 paint job with the library and the Sunset Center, and they did a great job. So thank you. Are you going to have to bid this out again and have Asonio do $50,000, $60,000 in bidding, or can you just pick the same person that did a great job? Because it's just like phase 2. Can you just use the same contractor?
Well, we didn't bid it as one project, so we separated out the project. So I would assume we'd have to bid it as a.
So we're going to end up spending $50,000 to $100,000 on a $250,000 paint job. Just seems like Is it, maybe you could figure out a way to use the same painter if he can give you a bid as a phase 2?
I mean, there is ways to kind of gauge or approach contracts in different ways. Unfortunately, like here in Carmel, we don't necessarily approach it in that manner.
That's one of the benefits of being a charter city, by the way, is you gain some flexibility at how to do contracting, and we could use it.
Right.
I can tell you that. See what you can do to not pay that $50,000, because we've got a lot of trees to cut down, and that could cut down quite a few trees. All right, next. And we could talk about that too. Restroom expansion. So I brought that to Chip. There are 50 people some Saturdays standing in line waiting for that restroom. And that's not inviting to customers. We could certainly use a sign, by the way. I'd be happy to make one. We need a sign that says there are other restrooms beside this one. Right now, it's on the wall of the restroom. So after standing in line for an hour, you get up there and it says, by the way, there are 5 other restrooms you could have gone to. So, but that project, if we could simplify it to just putting another restroom like the one we have instead of the original idea I had, which is more sophisticated, I can't imagine that the design, if you hired a design build firm, I mean, it's like a $200,000 project to do a fancy restroom, and we have a quick bid from a local contractor. I can't imagine that you could do a whole house for $70,000. It's just a restroom with a toilet. So I don't know where that number came from.
Well,
and again, I don't like doing this in public.
No, this is a budgetary number, right? We have to pull a building permit, so we're going to need a structural component and architectural component.
Okay, but I wouldn't approve this project if you're going to tell me it's $70,000 for the design, when the whole project's probably $200,000. Sort of like the painting. So we need more reasonable estimates if you want us to approve the project, and I would like to approve the project personally because it's a problem. I mean, the businesses are coming to me and saying there are literally 50 people lined up at that restroom. It goes down the street. So let's sharpen our pencil on that and give us a really good bid, because we could do that pretty quickly if it's a simple project. All right, thank you. The roof sounds like an expensive roof for this yoga center, but I'm sure you've done your homework. Windows, same thing. Go ahead, next. Okay, tell me how this ended up. The last I heard, because we walked that one too together, the last I heard from Jose, who could be the project manager on that project because he's pretty good.
Right.
He's the maintenance supervisor for Sunset Center. The last I heard, Kone, the elevator company, came out and said that all that's needed is $20,000 to do something with the hydraulics and tuning it up, some seals, and then $11,000 a year for the maintenance contract that covers everything else, and that's it. So I don't know where this 120 came from.
This 120, it is the valve system, is the hydraulic valve system, and Kone is recommending that it gets replaced in the near future. That's how it ended up here.
So it went from 20 to 120 in the last month?
I'm not sure if I think the other item was, I don't know if it was the valves, but we do have an actual quote for this repair.
Really?
For the valve system.
Okay, so I need to check into that. That's a lot. That's a big number. All right, I love the shingles. I think I brought that up the other day. Next.
I thought you said you wanted to stucco the building, Mayor.
No.
Was a different building?
I love the shingles. They're not fire resistant, and
I'm joking.
City Hall could burn down, but the outfall, I still don't understand. It's a pipe coming out of concrete. I don't know why we have to spend so much money on design and engineering a concrete structure that a pipe comes out of, but I'll assume it's correct. Sand ramp, that sounds low, but compared to all the other estimates, I think that's low if we're going to actually build it. Because that's not, you said that's not design, that's actually construction.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and that's good news. That's great news. Shoreline repair stairs.
I think you and Brandon are meeting with Tony Trujillo tomorrow.
At 3 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So can we just hold off that discussion?
Sure. Yeah. This is just a draft.
I'm happy to hold it off if
We're-
everybody else is willing to. I'm questioning the 500,000 as being maybe 4.5 times too high for both stairs, not just the one. But so let's go on. We'll give you feedback pretty soon. I like the IT, and I think we can't spend too much on IT protection and security. Chip has told me some stories about other cities that he's familiar with that they were out of business for a year or two. We can't have that happen here. Well, I guess everybody liked the access points?
No?
No? Do you want to? Let's. We're still going to have a discussion. I'm just making sure these numbers are right. Contingency fund. Sure. All right. I think we're done with this.
We skipped over the Mission Trails stream projects.
Yeah. Where was that?
That was after City Hall exterior shingles.
Shoreline. Yeah. I had a question about that too. I missed it. Do you have a question about it? Go ahead.
Can you just tell us a little bit more, and is this something that's essential, or can this be put off?
This was identified, there was a series of 8 projects that were identified under the report that was prepared by Dudek, what is it, like 3 years ago, maybe? And so we completed projects 1 through 4 last year, which we took a tour of, and then this is the next 2 projects in that series of recommended repairs.
Design only.
Right. I mean, there's an environmental component that could potentially, it's a little more complex to work in the Mission Trails.
And then after the design, do you have an estimate of what the project will cost?
No, we don't. Not at this moment.
$500,000?
Well, I mean, we could work through it. We can put some numbers together.
Yeah. Because I don't think we like to be surprised after we spend $125,000. And there's no grant on this one? There was on the last one.
We can explore grant funding. I mean, that's something that's really dynamic, right? So we can look into that. We're actively looking into some EV stuff for reimbursement. So
that's great.
What we can do in this one as well is maybe we can take a field trip, if anybody wants to go, unorganized, where we'll bring some images back, especially of the bank erosion.
Okay.
So you can see what's happening. Just similar to the beach, I guess.
That answer your question, Alessandra?
Well, it does. I want to actually talk about Mission Trail a little bit later in my comments, but can you also give us an idea of the environmental? I know there's a lot of permitting that you need, federal, state, that kind of thing, how much that adds up to be?
Yeah, the previous Mission Trails project, it did have a significant amount because it required all the permits. And I imagine that this one's going over the tributary channel. And so it probably does require all of the environmental permits that we got as well. So I don't know budget-wise. Do you recall how much? It was near 100,000 for them.
It's a lot.
It was a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions before we go out to the public?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. To the chief's point about the policy about you replace something when it needs to be fixed. The 2 EV trucks, I know one was pretty old. One's from 2013. Can you just talk about, like, do they have any kind of glaring mechanical issues, or is it just, hey, let's get some new ones?
The police vehicle, sir?
No, the
Dodge Durangos.
I think there's 2 for the public works.
For public works, they're really old. Where are they? So public works, the EV trucks. Yeah, there was a 2000 Dodge Dakota and a 2013 Ford F-150. I believe, I know the Dodge Dakota, that one's just ready to go.
Is that Dominic's truck?
It's it's Dom's. Yeah.
It needs to go.
Yeah.
Should we wait until it actually goes?
I'm afraid to think of Dominic driving around an electric truck. Actually, that's a little scary.
Well, I don't know exactly how it would, who would get it, but then the 2013 Ford F-150, I believe, is Rob's truck. And I don't know the specifics on that, but I could find out about that for you. I mean, we do as much in-house mechanics as we can. Jesse does the majority of it, but then we take it out to City of Monterey when it's something bigger. And so I can find out if you want the mileage or whatever.
No, I mean, I think I just, if it works and it's, it's a public works truck, not, it's going to get messed up and dirty. And so if it's still performing its essential function, which is to transport folks from point A to point B, then, maybe that's.
And a 1 square mile city.
Yeah. The other question I had was the fire backflow item.
Oh, yeah.
One of the 3 locations was listed as Harrison Memorial Library, which is about to get a $15 million facelift. So is this something where the legal requirement is saying, hey, this has to happen like this year, or can it wait until we totally take the building apart for the renovation?
I recall that we put it off. And it was in like our 5-year CIP plan, Chip. I don't know if you know about that one or not, but
we can look it up.
Yeah, it's something that I know we did the study and they were like, yeah, we need to do this. And it's definitely cheaper to do the 3, like to group them into groups of 3. But it's true if we think that the library is going to get renovated soon, that might be something that comes along with that renovation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So
Javier, the backflow's outside, right? It's not an interior item.
Correct.
It's
so this is to prevent water from going back on the system. So to answer your question, we could defer. It's 3 independent locations, so you could defer one if we know that there's a project coming.
But there's no benefit basically to waiting, and so there's more economies of scale. There's more economies of scale to do it together, and there's no benefit to waiting until it's a renovation project.
Correct. If we know this project's moving forward, that might be a wise decision.
Okay, thank you.
But you're gonna, if it is, you're gonna delay this.
That one location.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, that's part of your thinking is.
Right.
Now that you know this project's gonna move forward. Okay, good. Perfect.
No, we're not.
You're gonna. Well,
I'm saying if the library is moving forward, that one can be isolated and not that backflow installed at this time. Is that what we're saying?
Well, no, I'm actually saying I think what I've learned in this discussion is it's outside the building and it can be addressed separate from a renovation. So if that's the case and you get more economies of scale doing it at the same time, bless you.
Okay, good. All right. Any other questions? Thank you for putting up with all that. Anybody from the public? Donna has a question.
Thank you to the city. $70,000 to design a toilet is excessive. My question is did they put that out for bid, the design to do that? Okay, so they're kind of guessing, which I understand.
Yes.
Do we need an engineer or an architect who could volunteer their time to do that? Is that feasible when we're talking about helping the city to save $70,000? I think if we have whoever is skilled, if they can design bathrooms in hotels and police stations and rooms at your homes, they could certainly design an outside toilet. So I don't think aesthetically we're looking at something that's compatible with the ugly one that's already there. So that shouldn't be hard. So that's a thought about having someone, and I'm sure if we asked, we might get 4 or 5 who would volunteer to design an outside toilet and save $70,000 to build the place. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you may. I'm sure you have a good question.
I promised we were going to get out of here early, but
I didn't promise that.
that was my thinking, wishful thinking. Just a couple of things. First of all, thank you so much for scrutinizing all the elements, because that encourages all to think that that's what we should be doing.
That's why we're here.
We didn't understand, so I really appreciate that. I think a couple questions. One, great report. This is very thorough, very detailed. But the only question I would ask would be, is there a way of looking at, because we heard that some projects, I think, Chip, I think you mentioned this or somebody, that sometimes you start a project and you stop it. or sometimes it just in the budget we don't complete it, or we decide let's reassess. So is there a way of looking at these numbers and saying, okay, which are the projects that are listed here from year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Are those kind of be like projects to be completed? Can we look at it in that regard? Because I just added all the ones that were on the list, and they were like 5 million, and then I added more like the other 400, and then it's like 7.6 million of projects, right? So if we can put that there to say, which are the projects that are the ones that we end up selecting, and those are to be completed so that we can estimate, okay, within our budget, that will be forecasted for the next few years. That will be number one observation. The second question I had was, the CIP contingency, how is that estimated? How do we come up with 500K? Just out of curiosity, why is that number, and how is that number proven valid for us?
Okay.
Okay, so those would be my 2 points. Thank you.
I think Bob can answer the first one for you.
Say that again?
The first question, because that's where you're headed with Chip and Jamie, is to come up with numbers that actually are practical and are going to happen.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's why they're here on the stewardship committee.
And for Ms. Roos to follow up on Mr. Delv's answer, what Jamie was saying, Ms. Roos, is that we budget for an amount, and then it basically, if we haven't expended it or expended it all, it kind of flows back into the general fund and has to be reappropriated. So what we're looking at doing is creating a special fund for each capital project that can live on, rather than our policies, again, require that the money flow back, taking from my left pocket and putting in my right pocket. It flows back to the general fund and we reappropriate it, which is, it's just time consuming. It's just a weird thing to do.
You just restrict your budget. You restrict your
But
Go ahead.
Maybe the way to answer it is in conversations with Jamie, I think she feels like in our general ledger, our financial system, she has the tools already at hand to do a much better job of project accounting, project reporting than we've done in the past, and that's part of what we're looking to do.
That was a better answer than mine. Thank you.
It was better than
That's why we're all here.
So, and then the CIP contingency. So what we found, this is our third year, is we find that we put our best. We look at trends. We look at budget numbers. We assign what we think a project's going to come in, and we budget for that, and then we go out to bid. And because of what's happening with the economy, materials, and labor costs, it just seems like we were getting blown out of the water. We have to come back to council. So what we're doing is, if we have, and the council we have to find money somewhere. So if we have this contingency, the council still have to appropriate, approve the project funding, but at least we have somewhere to go to say we've got $500,000. This year we had $400,000, all of which we used, to say this budget came in over estimate, but we have this contingency fund, council, can we use $10,000 from it or $20,000? So that's and it's been very necessary, quite frankly. So, and then Ms. Jett, we'll certainly, I like what Mrs. Jett was saying about trying to find volunteer architects. So I got some of my Rotary, maybe we'll put the word out. So.
We do have a
Go ahead.
comment on Zoom as well.
Go ahead. You didn't use your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. The last question that just occurred to me, is there a way you can estimate or tell us how much are you spending in consultants versus actual work being done? Do you know what percentage that is of our budget?
I don't know if I may, Mayor?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know the percentage, but we certainly can calculate the actual dollar amount. In fact, we had a contract, I think at our last meeting, for Esonia, which does project management for us, that we had a solid figure for how much we use. The challenge that we have, obviously, is, again, we don't have, Javier's doing his double best. Now he's doing 2 jobs as kind of assistant director and project manager. I haven't found someone to hire for the second project manager position, so I'm using outside consultants just to keep things going. So it's been a real challenge, to say the least. So I don't have the figure, I don't have the percentage in front of me, but if it's something that the council would like, I can get that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, you may.
Because Maria, I think it's always important when we talk about consultants to use two different terms. One is consultant and the other one is contractor. Because the consultants are people, they have expertise, we hire them often to produce plans that may or may not be actionable, and they're difficult to manage. Contractors are people with a specific skill set to go get something done. So they actually are accomplishing, the best example is the people who cut down trees.
Okay. No other, we have one.
We have a raised hand on Zoom, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Karen. You can unmute. No, she can't unmute.
Karen, can you unmute yourself? We're waiting. All right, well, Karen, when you get unmuted, we'll let you ask your question. So let's bring it back for comments from the council, please.
I have another question about the roads. We've had a conversation in the past about how we do road maintenance to prevent roads from like falling off the cliff. Do we have roads that have fallen off the cliff?
Probably. Yeah, I think that there are roads out there, there are segments that will have to be entirely reconstructed. Okay. Would you agree?
I do. We actually ran like a forecasted report after this project already to see some of the roads that could potentially line up for the next list that you would see to approve of roads. And we had some that had a rating of like in the 30s. So
we've had, this has been sort of an ongoing conversation about maintenance versus, roads that fall off the cliff. We let them get worse and worse and worse until we eventually have to like just redo the road. And, listening to, we have a fair amount of money this year. Hans did Hans math as opposed to the chip math. And there's, $5 million instead of $9 million, whatever it is, if you take the money out. And I would really be interested, people live off of these really crappy roads. And we all hear about it from a couple people. There's an intersection, I think it's like on the corner of Guadalupe and First. I don't know if that's been dealt with or not. These, we have these roads that are just in terrible shape that we don't put any effort into because they're past saving. And we don't fix them until they're basically dead. And I think, we should think about, I would be interested in knowing like what the cost of, what those roads are that have fallen off, and can we bring them back in line, and how much would it cost to do that? Like we just, it's just like this constant thorn. It's kind of like the trees. It's a constant thorn, especially from the people that live on them and have to drive their cars over them every day.
Right. We have the reporting available to provide you the guidance for that. So So is the number like $1 million or $3 million or $6 million, or do we know? Like I have a list of about 10 roads here that are in pretty bad shape. The number is about 300,000 of just the labor to do the materials and labors. This is an estimate to do the work. So not put it on a plan, put it out to bid, and that takes some cost as well, as we know.
So $500,000 to fix like all 10.
These are segments, right? So
all 10 segment. Is it $300,000 a segment or $300,000 for all 10?
For all 10 segments at the market value rate. So we're getting costs. This is calling for a micro seal over like dig outs. So it's not a complete new road. So you do targeted reconstructions on the road, then you come back with the seal coat on it.
So Jeff, what you're suggesting, and I like where you're going, is we're not even talking about doing new roads now. We're doing roads from 2 years ago and 1 year ago, and we're not even talking about doing additional ones like he's talking about.
Right, but we are forecasting for the next segment of roads that are coming.
And when's
So-
that going to be here?
Right.
When will you be coming to us to talk to us about that?
Next year.
budget
Next year after we get this one. Well, we were going to build this project under this current and overlap into next year. So then next fiscal year we'll come in with a project like that one there.
So are you talking those wouldn't be done for a year after that? Because you can't start working on it till we give you money to do the analysis?
Correct.
I have a question. Is the Measure X and SB1 money indexed? So under the so the more that we spend, we don't get any more from those outside sources.
That specific question this morning. I asked Todd that's very specific question this morning.
So it's more beneficial for us to spend less.
As long as we spend the $700,000, whatever the number is, we get $450,000 a year, whatever those two numbers are. There's no advantage, turns out,
spending more.
to spending $9 or $1 million or.
And then it resets next year?
It just goes up by road. I think my impression is it goes up by road inflation factors divided by however much money they have in the county or something like that. So there's no advantage to. But since we have all this money. And people really do live on these roads are just, there's some roads in town that are just really, really crappy.
So Chip, what can we do about that?
That's the perfect, this is the perfect discussion. So, what you should do is say, Chip, Javier, Mary, go back and tell us what those segments are, add them to the map and tell me how much, tell us how much they're going to cost, and we'll build them in. We can, so for everyone's benefit, we can't pave when it's either too cold or too wet. So we've got a very narrow window. And then, of course, most of our visitors come from May to October. So it's trying to get paving done between when it stops being cold and rainy and when it starts being cold and rainy in the autumn, and then when we don't have a lot of visitors here. But some areas in the residential district we can do over the summer as long as the neighborhood residents understand that there are going to be impacts associated with that. So we can do that. So maybe we do something kind of mid-year situation. I wouldn't propose that you not go forward with the segments that we currently have budgeted, but maybe we can do kind of a mid-year, at least get a jumping off point for next year. To get a running start, basically. So that'd be my suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
So I don't understand what that means. So these $300,000 of roads would make it into this year's capital improvement project budget?
No, sir. No, but maybe we'd come back at mid-year next year at January. So we are poised. We're better poised to hit it.
So the design work
to hit it before next summer.
So here's what I would like. I would like those roads to be included in the, unless it's going to affect our ability to get the Measure X funds next year. I would be interested in seeing how much money it would cost to include these 10 road segments in this year's capital improvement project budget. Like no mid-year stuff. Let's just put it in the budget. Let's see if we can work its way into the budget. And the five of us can decide. The five of us can decide whether we're going to do that or not. When it comes time to, talk about the budget next month. But I would be interested in having the staff work up a proposal to include $300,000 worth of really crappy roads.
You're saying let's try to do what we can.
We would have to go back to our engineer or consultant and get the design documents to incorporate those roads into that, so we can put it out to bid.
Can we do that without impacting the current range of roads that we're about to approve?
No.
Well, why can't we? We've done this in the past.
Yeah.
Can't we just allocate the money in the budget and then proceed?
Well, what I'm suggesting again is if you allocated the money, we can do the design work this summer, and maybe we can get a fall window of paving those segments. What do you think, Javier?
Potentially. The ambient temperature has to be 50 degrees and climbing to get some of this asphalt work done, actually to get most of it done. The slurry and microsurfacing plants, they don't even operate in this area over the winter. So they shut down in November, and then they don't re-energize back until March.
Okay, Javier, why don't you see what you can do? I know you're slammed, but at least we're trying.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You can say we tried. Great idea, Jeff.
There's also the opportunity for adding a contingency into a project, right? So if we put this project out to bid, if you add a significant amount of contingency into that project, then you can instruct your contractor at that point, and you can add scope to that contract since you already have the same application, right? In the meantime, you can work on the details as far as the design for it. So
Yeah.
it's just you have to add that money into
So
the contract.
we could end up getting included in this year's budget if the contractor is efficient and gets all the projects done on
Correct.
budget.
I mean, but if the contract amount comes in at
Yeah.
$2 million and you want to put a 20% contingency on that, you just
Okay.
added a $200,000
All right, great.
amount.
All right, that's good. I have another question. Is Acacia Way in this?
Yeah, Javier's and Mary are working on Acacia Way with the residents.
And that's going to
there.
be in this budget?
It's
that
in the
just-
existing storm drain project that we've got going
Okay,
on.
good.
We may need more money, right?
Okay, good.
We're gonna work it into
Just in case
one of these
Victoria's
projects.
listening to this meeting.
Yeah,
she
I
emailed
got an
us
email
this
from her
tonight.
today.
I bet she did. Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a comment?
I think I'm done for now.
Next.
Yeah. So, oh, my friend's leaving. I'll save that comment for a minute. The first is just like stepping way back. I feel like I'm kind of at sea a little bit with this thing for a couple reasons. One, to Councilmember Grandma's point, like we don't have our arms around and the total deferred maintenance number. And so what I'm trying to drive at is like, what should the capital improvement, program budget be in a given year, right? Like as we try to put this budget together, partly that's what can we afford, but also it's a little bit driven by what do we need to, because you can flex things.
If it's
like
$100 million and you want to knock it out in 10 years,
Yeah,
it's got to be $10 million.
Exactly. And so I feel like that's like a big missing element of this. And then, yeah. So I think I'd kind of like to come to a conclusion about, how big should the CIP budget be in general, to sort of think about, well, what goes in, what doesn't.
Do you think we can do that this year?
It sounds like no. It sounds like it's got to be like a next year thing. I mean,
We've
it would
got to
take.
change the way we're thinking about the problem.
I don't know. So Chip, basically what I was just saying was that it's hard for me to think about this without understanding like what the total deferred maintenance amount is, because it seems like we should be trying to size the annual spending to kind of get to that goal.
Yeah. Well, we have old facilities reports because Bob did that. We have a storm drain master plan which shows our overall exposure for that. And then I don't know if we have an overall number for pavement. I mean,
Like, do you think you could get to
condition
something
index.
that's like directionally accurate by just at least trying to list all
We're
of the
getting a nod
items?
from the engineer, so.
Yeah, let's just try that.
I guess we can't get the streets to be in perfect condition, right? So this is dynamic. So if we have like a jump off point, for lack of better terms, on how good we want the streets, then we can run scenarios to get to that, to achieve that point, say in a 5-year.
If we picked like a
5 to 10.
75 pavement
Right.
condition index, and
You're
we.
talking about-
I'm not just talking about
He's
pavement.
not talking about
I'm talking
pavement.
No, just for his one example.
Okay.
And we said we're going to get to a 75. We can apply a number to that.
Okay.
And
It'd be
and
helpful
get
just
that.
as like an
And
order of
then-
magnitude.
And again, I think we've got an older. I think Harrison Associates did a building survey, and then we have our storm drains, and then the beaches. I can't disagree with the mayor, not just because he's mayor, but 900,000. Who knows what that outfall is going to come in at? So once we get the design, hopefully we'll have a better figure for the fix. But yeah, we can do that. Mr. Delves and I talked about. Bob was always like, our Bob Harari, our deferred infrastructure maintenance is north of $100 million, and I was like, really? Isn't it closer to 82 or 85? I mean, I was just. You look at this massive list, but we can get you close, I think, Mr. Bruder, and that way you'll know what that universe is, and we can begin to hopefully systematically peck away at it.
That would be helpful for me. The other question was, and this is a Chip question, we talked a little bit about how much we spend on like the project management. Like like, are we being penny wise and pound foolish if we have, I know they're hard positions to fill, but they become less hard if you start to pay somebody, or if we hire a headhunter to go find somebody. Like, would we be better off if we just paid up a little bit more or hired a headhunter so we would save some of the money on these third-party project managers?
Potentially. You know, once you have a lot of staff members in this room, none of whom get overtime, but we own them. I mean, we're paying for insurance, and we talked about pension liability, and their jobs are property rights. And so it's much more difficult for me to, as much as I'd like to fire Brandon tomorrow, for me to fire him than it is a contractor, when we can say, you know, you've done a great job or you haven't done a great job, but your services are no longer needed.
But it does seem like we need at least 2 project managers for the amount of capital that we need. And so I guess my question is, should we maybe get with Marissa, who manages HR, and think about, would it be worth it for us to pony up some money for, you know, a recruiter?
Let Brandon and I and Marissa talk about that. We think that the salary that we're paying is fair. We have not got an overwhelming number of applicants who have the necessary knowledge, skills, and abilities. And every time we get close on someone, whoever they're working for, because again, these are project managers that work for private firms. And stealing them has been really challenging. And again, I think Mr. Delves and I, we've met with at least one of these outside contractors. The reason we have a quiver of these is so that not to spend more money, obviously, but so we can try to get more done. So it's a combination of in-house project managers and then the contract project managers to pick some of these things off. But they are expensive, there's no doubt. So it's kind of, it's a policy choice. I mean, we could add a third project manager position to the position control list and try to hire. We could do another salary survey to see if we're paying competitive wage.
Yeah.
We think we are. It's just been extremely challenging. I mean, thank goodness we got Javier, quite frankly.
Yeah. No, I think my policy choice is probably to spend a little bit more to save, I think, what could be a lot on the project management side. The other 2 comments are again, like, to go back to those 2 big things that I would hear from residents all the time. So, like, on the paving, again, like, I think it would be helpful for us to just know kind of what the methodology is, you know, and we talked about this a little bit in the financial stewardship meeting the other day, but just kind of like show your work. So let us know with the paving, like, people really want to know, like, why has my street never been paved in whatever it seems like 30 years or something, you know? And I think it would be helpful to understand, like, how do you, when you put together, these are the streets we're going to do this year, like, what is the methodology, right? Like, are you going to the lowest rated streets on your list, or you're like, hey, we're going to do X number of major arterials, and then with what's left over, we'll do the residential streets? Like, I just think that would be helpful for me just to understand, so I can message it to people. And similarly, like, it would be kind of nice, like we talked about on a macro level, for just the streets. Like, I would love to have us decide on some level of street quality that we're going for, and come up with a plan of, hey, what's it going to take us to get there over, you know, X number of years? Because right now it just feels like we're just, you know, let's throw some money at streets, and that wasn't what I heard. And to the point that Jeff was making, if you actually go and don't just look at the budgeted number, but like, what did we actually spend on streets? You know, which obviously I don't have that kind of granular information here. I'm assuming it's actually a relatively small number, like year to year. And from a policy perspective, just based on what I've heard from residents, I think that's an area that I think people in town would love for us to focus on. And so I would love to make sure that we're actually doing like net new paving every single year, as opposed to just sort of like carrying things over, right? Because it kind of straddles the fiscal year in this odd way. So we wind up with kind of the same issue and we kind of do it every other year in reality. So, and then the last one is the tree maintenance piece. So like I understand the difference between operating expenses and capital expenditures, but I think you could make the argument that maintaining the trees that we have, which is this kind of fixed asset in a way, this major resource for Carmel, is really not so different from reshingling this building, right? And it's something, especially given that it was probably the number one thing I heard talking to folks. I wonder if pulling it out of operating expenses and putting it in the CIP budget would give it more prominence. Like on the down low, my understanding is we made very little progress against the catch-up work over the past year so far in the fiscal year. And I think it's the kind of thing, again, given how much people care about it, being able to raise the prominence of that from an accountability standpoint, and also just so residents know that we're doing the things that they care about. I would support that. It's fungible, right? It's going to come out of the bottom line no matter what. So.
Okay.
So on that, I want to just disagree with Hans. That we're having a conversation about the importance of dedicating more money towards capital and also focusing more on spending 90% of our revenue on ops instead of 100%. If we start moving things that have historically been operating into capital, it starts to create a shell game that concerns me a little bit. So, I mean, I would like to make sure that we have, what we said before, the ability to do good project management and accounting and reporting on operational projects. I'm going to be more hesitant to reclassify them as CIP. I want to echo Hans's point about what is the master universe of deferred maintenance, because I think historically the 5-year CIP, the 5-year capital improvement plan, has been the best guess we have of what our total deferred maintenance is, and yet it's not reliable. It includes things and it doesn't include things. And in this particular one, historically, it's included big numbers for the police station, but maybe not big enough numbers for other things. And I would like to just know what that universe is as a starting point, to know if we have any chance of addressing it over 5 years or 10 years, or if it's going to be 20. And so that's the first thing. Then I'll make the same points about our 5-year CIP that I made about our 5-year financial projections, that I think we need a serious plan and not fantasy, and that we need to be we again can't be creating significant deficit situations, or in this case, we just come up with city funding numbers of $18, $15, $12 million in future years, but that's not based on any real money. The city funding line should be what's actually known to be achievable based on current resources and policies. So those are kind of overriding concerns. On roads, again, thank you for the map. The maps are great, and I think if we can start producing maps for paving that go out 5 years and start looking at it, a 5-year plan, so that people can have some idea of when, and this is going to create all sorts of phone calls for all of us and some political headaches, but if at least you can tell someone you're on the 5-year plan in this year, or maybe you're not, because you've already had your road repaved, that'd be great. And Javier, you've explained to me that you have the database and the tool and Streetwise, Street Saver, to be able to produce a lot of those things. Then just weighing in on some specifics that others haven't touched on. Dale really hit on a lot of these. On Mission Trail Nature Preserve, I'm going to be, I'll have a lot of phone calls in the morning, but
Karen put her hand down.
I might suggest it's time to pump the brakes on Mission Trail improvements. It has received a lot of money, I think close to $1 million in recent years, and with fabulous results. But I think the beach has not been given the same priority, and I think it's time to kind of push that way. And my bigger concern about the particular item for the Mission Trail, it's all of the unknowns. That once we agree to study something, the tail on that is unknown and significant, and especially given, Mary, what you were talking about with the, we have to go through the environmental review as well. So every time we agree to start another phase of something, it's a commitment that keeps going. So I don't know where others are going to end up on that, but that
It chews up a lot of project management time, for sure.
it does, and I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Mayor. As Hans is mentioning, maintaining the trees, I'm focusing on the beach and the lack of maintenance that we've had in the past couple of years. I think it's absolutely critical that we get the ramp repaired and the stairs, and this compact truck loader is absolutely essential for the maintenance. And I did a public records request. I want to thank Ashley and also Nova for that. So I did get some numbers, and this is the total amount of spending that we've done since 2020. On the beach, we've spent, I'm going to just round it up, it was $347,000, let's say $350,000, but nearly $300,000 of that was just on engineering studies and reports. So it's not anything actual, it's just these reports that we've done. The only amount of work done totaled $60,000. We did 2 projects for North Dunes at $37,000, and we did a bit of stairs and infrastructure under the shoreline repairs for the beach at $27,000. But like I said, basically that's just money that's gone to these studies. But as a comparison, we're talking about Mission Trail, and there were 4 projects that were done. One of them was over $500,000. And Bob, as you mentioned, it's not just the design and then the environmental permits. These things really add up. So one of them totaled up to $534,000. We did another multi-year plan for $40,000, another one for $54,000 for stream drainage. And then the removal of the well and the tank, that was almost $200,000, was $173,000. So that was a total of $803,000, almost $804,000, just as a comparison for that same time period that we haven't, spent anything close on the beach. And that's not to criticize Mission Trail. It's a beautiful area, and it's certainly, an area that we appreciate and want to maintain, but we've got to figure out how we're going to spend this money, and we've got a lot of projects. So I think, I agree with Dale, a lot of the things that you asked and questioned about how we can make these more efficient and how we can just be smarter about this money that we're spending, because these are huge amounts of money, and we've got to not waste taxpayer money and do this right. So I agree with you on a lot of the questions that you had on some of this spending and how we can really make it more efficient. And even Donna, your idea of what's wrong with the volunteer coming up with that design. I mean, every little bit will help, especially with large amounts of money that we're talking about. Thanks.
All right. I just remembered one thing I didn't ask about the forestry department. It keeps coming up, right? And every time I see Justin, who's our forester, from the time he was like his second day, we had a meeting about watering trees. And I keep reminding him, like, if he doesn't speak up, he's not going to get what he needs to be productive. And I think we really need to make sure that our small forestry department has whatever equipment we can afford to buy them to make them as productive as possible, because 20% of improvement could mean cutting down another 15 trees each year. And I don't think they have the equipment that they can be as productive as they can. I know there's like a bucket loader, they have the big truck with the big arm, which seems to be broken now, so it's not usable. I don't know. It's sort of like the street sweeper. At some point it breaks as much as it's working, and it's also a little unwieldy, I think, for our people and the kinds of work they do. And maybe we could sell that and get a smaller, more utility vehicle like the PG&E smaller trucks have, so they can, because they climb the trees a lot. They don't need something that tall. So have we really looked into that and given Justin a fair shake in terms of investing a couple $100,000 for him? We're getting a skid steer for the beach, but not a proper truck for them maybe. So could we do that before we come back again? I think it's fair for him. Yeah, okay, good. All right, so I don't know if, I don't really want to take the time, but if I could just make the point of what my slideshow was going to show is we really need to become more strategic about how we use our city support groups. Karen is still there. The way I look at it with Carmel Cares is if we embed these groups into the budgeting process and you come to us and say, what kinds of stuff do you have for us to do? And we've done that a bit now. And it felt different this year. And then we say, here are 15 projects we want to do. And by the way, we're willing to pay for these, but these are a little bit bigger if you match funds. And we've done this twice now. We did a $50,000 one and a $100,000 one. And I think everybody got their money's worth out of that. The other thing that, because we do the planning, we do the upfront documentation, we go to the Forest and Beach, and that's time that saves Javier time. And then we also are doing all the traffic management, which is $50, $60 an hour. I mean, there's unseen costs that we're saving. And we've raised $1.1 million at Carmel Cares without even trying. So if you came and challenged us like, hey, we'd love to do this project, but we don't have the funds. Can we do a joint fundraiser? And that's why the MOU, a memorandum of understanding that says we're going to work together. And having just gone through the contract with the Public Library Foundation, it's $15 million. I mean, so we can raise a lot of money, but I think we need to have a stronger partnership. We need to be recognized that we're a funding source, not like a Measure X or C or any of these things. We've never challenged the Mission Trail Nature Group to do the same. They've got Greg D'Ambrosio, they've got Karen Ferlito, they've got some people that, I'd be happy to help them do fundraising. So that's a long-winded way of saying I think that there's a lot of money sitting out there, and we're 501c3s, we free up money from donor-advised funds, family foundations, that you're not going to get. It's just not going to happen. We're going to raise $900,000 to do underground 6 power lines, and we're about to go out to contract, which is serious. And the city's been very supportive, by the way. Thank you, Brandon. So, I mean, that's a lot of money, and that's a project the city never would have done. So let's take a closer look at that, and Chip and I are having discussions about it already. So just wanted to throw that out there because, we're going to do some really fun projects this year. Some together, some separate. So, and if I could, Shirley's in the room, she's still sitting here. I mean, given that, do you want to come up and say something, Shirley? Because I'm in another land because I'm part of Carmel Cares, and I know that people have complained about Karen before, but I work for free, right? And it's not nothing. And the city gave 50 and then 100, and I want to make sure that if you want us to double your money, we need to put some money in. I can't tell you exactly how it would be spent, but I have a PowerPoint that shows 15 projects. You can pick the ones that you want to fund, but I don't know how you want to do that, Chip, because I want to keep my hands neutral.
My suggestion, Mr. Mayor, would be to have a Carmel Cares representative present those when we bring the CIP back on May 6th. Or
that's not too late.
meet with the staff ahead of time.
So Katie, bring Katie in.
Yeah, and we'll sit down with whoever the Carmel Cares representative, and we'll pick some projects. We'll see if we can collaborate.
Okay, good, thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, I think that wraps up that session.
Question,
no.
what's the status of the Mission Trail Nature Preserve item? It's still going to come back, and then we'll ex-nay it next month if that's the council's wish?
Yeah, I think we need to do that in a more formal sense. Okay. I mean, I certainly get a read from the council, but yes, sir.
Okay, so I have an ask. If as long as it's not going to be ixnayed right now, I have an ask. So there were some questions about the permitting process and the cost of the project management and something like that. It's like there's a lot of stuff sort of floating around about that stuff. When you bring that project back to us in May, could you have some information on, like, there's however much money it is in the CIP to plan the project. Could you try and get us an estimate on how much it's going to cost to do the project? So even though that's, next year or whatever, so we'll have some more information to address our concerns.
Great. Is that it?
Yeah, and then one thing I forgot. Chip and I had a conversation about the words coastal engineering study.
Yeah.
What was the...
Mary, can you define coastal engineering study phase 2, please? This is not the sea level rise.
No, it actually is.
It is, okay.
It is. Bob Harari had called it an engineering study, and it really was more of the adaptation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Okay.
So can we change? Yes. Can we change the name so we don't have to see coastal engineering study, because that's Bob's hammer and nail and all that stuff.
Yes, sir.
And make it say sea level rise adaptation plan or whatever it is that is. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And just for everyone's benefit, that was part of the $500,000 grant we got from the Coastal Commission.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
Another good idea, Jeff. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone that put a lot of work into that item. Item number 4, finally, we'll receive a presentation on revisions to the financial policies. And Brandon's going to lead on this.
I'm just going to give a quick introduction while Ashley gets the presentation going. What Jamie's going to go through for you, and hopefully it'll be relatively quick because we're confident they're all really good policy changes. But this is really the first time that our financial stewardship work group is bearing fruit in this setting. So this is coming out of conversations we've had with council members Booter and Delves, and we're really excited about this. I'm not a person who says bad things about stuff that I don't like, but I also don't say good things about stuff I don't like. And I will say that this has been a really great work group. Chip and Jamie and I have all expressed that to the 2 council members that are on it, but sincerely, this has been a really great effort. We're excited to keep working on this. So Jamie's going to give you some ideas about how we as, when I say we in this context, it also includes the 2 members of the FSW, how we think we can make our policies better for financial livelihood in the future.
Super. So let me see if I can get this.
I've got some good stuff.
Let's jump to, oh, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. I know I'm trying to get to the first page. I guess we're going to start with the second page. Let's start with that page. It's not moving at all, though. It's hung up a bit. So let's get started. So basically, we have one set of papers called the financial policy. Inside that, we have 2 sections of papers called the budget policies and procedures and the financial policies and procedures. Then inside financial policy and procedures, we have a couple of sections, including capital budgeting policy. So to be short, we have policies that kind of crisscross against each other. You got budgeting policies, you got financial policies. Financial policies have budgeting stuff in them. Budgeting also has financial stuff in it. And some of them are exactly the same words with different percentages. So it's tough to know if you're in compliance with your policies, and it's also hard to read and understand where you should try to be going. So we took a look at these and just said, can we clean them up so we say everything once, and so that we have a reality of budget guidelines that help us set up the budget at the beginning of the year, and financial guidelines that help us measure and end up where we said we needed to be. So these are adjustments to those. This, by the way, is published every single year in the budget book. Last year was on page 77. So the goal is to clarify existing policies in order to aid in policy compliance. The budget guidelines and financial guidelines are mixed. Covered that. There are also some statements that are located in conflict. Yep. And some policy limits also conflict with the City Council's guidelines, so we're not even up to date on all the numbers. So the highlight, went ahead and highlighted, dang, see if we can get it to go. There we go. So this is a super bunch of small words. Really, the best thing to do is inside the package was what we call a marked up version of the policies. But to highlight what's going on in those marked up versions, what we'd like to do is clearly separate budget policy guidelines from fiscal policies, eliminate places where the words are duplicated, and clarify the names. Now, that's kind of just cleanup. We'd also like to increase the minimum budgeted capital project expenditures to 10% of total revenues. This is a budget guideline. Hey, when you're doing the budget, try to hit this goal. We'd also like to change the capital project policy, this is a financial measure, to allow for capital projects that have not been completed to roll over into subsequent years. In the accounting world, what that does is it takes whatever we said we were going to do, whatever's left, and locks that up as a part of the fund balance, and it sits there in the next year ready to go. And one of the advantages to this is you now no longer have this, I didn't make it by June, I'm going to have to start over. Oh, there's a hesitancy. What I'm seeing is there's a hesitancy as you approach the end of the year. You have uncertainty about what's going to happen. Oh, if I don't get it finished, is it going to go away? Should I try to make it so it stops short and I'm safe? Can I rely on having the funding in July and August and September? If we have it not stop at the end of the year and just be an approved project that goes from start to finish, I've started it, I'm going to do it till I'm done. So that's a change in the policy from what we're doing right now. Also, the Financial Stewardship Work Group is looking at the concept of how much is the right amount. Now, let me talk about this one first. The City Council had previously said, we'd like you to hold some reserves. We want you to hold a 15% of your general and hostelry funds as a reserve for rainy days and uncertainties. Earlier in the evening, we saw $4.5 million. That's this reserve being set up. Our policy says 10. So we've been doing 15 because it was verbally said there was 15 in a meeting, but we never changed the document. And then finally, we'd like to eliminate the target balance of 20% of general capital reserve. Let me say this again. Policy for capital projects is, for the budgets is, let me go back. We are saying right now in our financial policies that at the end of the year, we want to hold a 20% reserve of all that's in our 5-year plan. So you got a 5-year plan of $62 million. Our policy says we want to hold in reserve 20% of that, $12 million. Right now we have $10 million. So what am I going to do for next year's budget? I'm going to put $2 more million into reserve. That's not spending. That's not accomplishing things. That's just piling up a bigger pile. So instead of doing 20% in the next year, I had to save 20%. So if I wanted to also do 20%, I had to come up with funding for both. So the idea is to eliminate the requirement for reserving for capital projects based on that 5-year. And how can we afford to do that? Is that a safe place? What we're saying is that we're already talking about putting more to capital projects in these policies. We're talking about reserving each project. Once it's approved, it stays reserved, so its money is there for it to finish. And then finally, I think we'd like to use those reserves and get projects done, not keep forever building up the number that stays on the balance sheet untouched. So that's a super fast, high-level go-through of the policies. And I don't know if we want to then go through all the individual lines. There's some cleanup on titles and names, and there's also changing what our capitalization limit is.
My suggestion, Jamie, if I can interrupt you, is maybe we get a read from the council about whether, this was in your written report as well, so we get kind of a litmus test here, and then if we get direction, we can bring it back for adoption, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Why don't we go to questions from the council?
Yeah.
Jeff?
I have some comments, but no questions.
Okay. Hans?
Yeah, I guess it's a question for both Jamie and for Chip, either of you. What do you think is the sort of appropriate amount of reserves to be holding? And so I asked this question earlier, and Jamie was sort of helpfully looked up, for example, for me, what happened after 2008, right? And, that was a deep recession, the Great Recession, and lasted. The duration piece matters too. And so, like in the nonprofit world, for example, they say like you should have 9 months of operating expenses squirreled away. When I look at our operating reserve, at $4.5 million, it's like a month or
That's
two.
1 month.
2 months. 2 months.
So, and really, it feels like we need to size that based on the potential economic scenario that we could be confronting. And so my question to you is, how big do you think our rainy day fund should be?
Yeah, and for those that want to follow along, that's in the financial policies. It's in the fund balance section, and it's item number 1. And so this one says, general fund and hostelry fund reserves shall be maintained at no less than, edit, 15% of their annual projected revenues. So we're saying, take 15% of your revenues and put it in a holding spot. And that is $4.5 million.
Like, that feels really low to me. Like, what do you think the right number is?
Yeah, so we're going to have to do a study, I think, really. And the interesting thing is that we are highly dependent on some very volatile revenue sources. We saw in 2008, they went down 7%, then they went down another 3% on top of that, and they stayed down for 4 to 5 years. We saw in 2020 that they went down 13%, but then they rebounded right away. Yeah. So, can you maintain or control your operating costs in the face of decreasing revenues? Yes, you can. So we do have a very large section of our budget is operating. That's painful. Can you control your capital projects in the face of that? Yes, you can. Our neighboring cities did that during COVID. They just slashed all the funding they had for the capital projects that they hadn't built.
So did we.
That's what we did as well, right?
We also cut some project managers too,
But you
right?
also
We cut positions. I mean, yeah, it was, but Jamie hit the nail on the head. Luckily, we bounced back pretty well. So my answer, Mr. Booter, would be that it would be, some cities have, like my wife's city in St. Helena, I think they've got 100% of their operating fund in reserve, but they use that as we used fund balance. They use it kind of as a piggy bank, and they tap into it on a real regular basis. Ours is really a reserve for economic calamity. I mean, and that's when we had to use it in 2020 when the pandemic hit and our financial pillars collapsed. 2 of our 3 financial pillars. So, Mr. Booter, I like your example of our burn. If we had 9 months of burn, so let's say 3 times 27. Closer to 50%. I think I'd really be.
I mean, to give you an example, 50%. We have $11 million of CapEx. I want to say CapEx reserves, but money in sort of like the CapEx account. It's CapEx reserves, yes. It is. So 20% of the 5-year CIP.
It's $11 million.
So we have $11 million sitting there, plus the $4.5 million for an operating reserve. If we consolidated all of that into sort of a single rainy day fund, we'd be at pretty close to 50%.
Yeah, and I think that would make me sleep better at night. And as I've said, and for those of you, and we can get, Greg D'Ambrosio is one of my mentors here. When I was here the first time, we had all kinds of weird reserves, kind of money squirreled away in the mattresses. We had a fund for economic uncertainty, for insufficient revenues, and then one for budget overages. It was just bizarre. So we collapsed a lot of those within the last decade, but some of these are still legacies. So I agree with you. I don't know the history of why we have this capital reserve. My supposition is that instead of having the contingency fund that we've had for the last several years, that they used that as a piggy bank when you had projects that came in over budget, and they would set it up to use those funds for that purpose, but I don't know the genesis, and they're older. So I like your idea because we could use the capital projects reserve and add it to our general fund reserve, if you will.
And by the way, that for for everyone's benefit, that would still leave us on top of that. So we'd have $15 million as a rainy day fund, and then on top of that, we would still have the $12 million in unassigned fund balance that we could do some of this capital improvement work.
And the TOT reserve is again another bizarre one, because the transit occupancy tax is not an enterprise fund. All it is where we just receive money and then it flows into the general fund. So again, I think that in the past we used it as a piggy bank, as a buffer. Again, I don't know why you would have a reserve fund for revenue. It just doesn't make a lot of sense for me.
Yeah. So we can set a policy statement of a certain percentage and then reclassify some of our existing funds as a part of our budgeting process. So this is a financial measure where we want to end up, and then there's the budget, how we get to that. So financial measures 15, we could set it to a goal of 50% and then see how close we get, and then manage it in the budget process. Say I can't afford to get to the entire 50%, but I can get to 40, and I can still do 11 million in capital projects. Yep. Good question.
And it would simplify, that table, my favorite table, gets even more simple because you remove a whole bunch of rows.
Mm-hmm.
Questions? If I have comments, no questions.
Okay, first, I also want to thank Bob and Hans for all your work, and Jamie on this. This is really good stuff, so I really like what you've come up with. It's on the last page on the fund balance policy, item number 6. Net proceeds from the sale of city-owned property will be dedicated to the general capital reserve. Funds in the general capital reserve will be allocated through the budget process for capital projects. And the reason I bring this up is, for example, let's say the city sells Flanders or Scout House or both. I personally would like to see that money go into a special fund just for building maintenance of our other city-owned buildings. So would it be possible to do something like that, or are we required that we have to put something like that in the general fund?
Well, I will say any action of the council can happen at any time to set any monies anywhere. So that if you kind of wanted to target that, as opposed to writing this to try to encompass the what ifs, it's completely within the purview to do that.
So we could change that to, we could include that it could be put in a special fund, depending on
Well, and to a certain
discretion.
extent, this is already saying dedicated to the general capital reserve, which of course is what we're eliminating.
Sort of doing
Which we're getting rid of.
Yeah, it's kind of doing it already. It's tricky. The one, to answer your question, Councilmember, we have this bizarre. So we have a parking in lieu fund,
Right.
and it's written so tightly. It doesn't have a lot of money in it, but it can only be used for the purchase of parking lots. I've never seen a parking lot come for sale, and it's just too valuable. Someone's not going to sell us a parking lot. We're unable to use that. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we could have used that funds to resurface the parking lot out here? Can't do it because it's written so strictly. And if we'd want to change the definition of that fund, we'd have to refund. We'd have to find the people who paid into that in lieu fund and give their money back. So we're just kind of stuck. So my counsel to you is, if we're going to change it, keep it as, kind of broad as possible, with also having some focus on what you think your passion points are for the use of funds if we'd sell property.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Any questions? Nope. All right, I'm good. Public comments? Nancy?
I have a question, but this could reflect my skinny financial acumen. So if it is offline, or somebody can take me aside, whatever, and fill in the blanks, that would be great. But my question is, with the capital projects that you've talked about, how we're going to allow funding allocations for projects to roll into the next fiscal year. So that's where you're headed in the future state. Is there any limit to that? Do you take a specific project that's been funded that has a need to roll over? Can it continue for 5 years? Is there any limit? Is there guidance that should be, or parameters that should be put on that rollover into a fiscal year to have some containment so that it just doesn't keep running forever? I don't know if that's a realistic scenario or not, but that was my question.
So what you're saying is, at some point, should we just admit that this project is never going to be completed? It's a failed project, and wipe it out?
You know, should it go for like not to exceed 3 fiscal years or something?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea. It might not be solving a problem that exists. So
I think it's a great question, because the opposite could be true as well, right? You could have a change in administration, and someone, a council could say, well, that was their project, and we want to pull that money back and reallocate it to a different project.
Well, at any given time, the council could quash a project, right?
Absolutely.
And so I think all this is doing, and you guys can correct me, I think all this is doing is just setting a default where if it doesn't get finished, then it carries over as a default to the next year, and the council could still say,
let's
hey,
pull
let's
the
kill
plug.
it.
Yeah.
No.
I've experienced that with some of Carmel-Care's projects, where at the end of the year, we lost money that was supposed to go to our project because something got held up, not due to us. And so I had to wrangle the money back and start all over again, and it's not fun, and it wastes a lot of time. So
Is there an end point?
but it's
I
a great
guess?
question.
And
Nancy.
is it a good
It's
idea?
a great question.
Don't know.
Thank you, especially at 5 minutes to 9.
Hi, quickly, item 7, who decides what's established? I thought that was item 7.
On which policy?
Reserves
on
shall
the
be used
fund-
only for established
The fund
purposes.
balance policy? Yes, well, you can't see it, it's too far away.
Fund
We'll have
But,
somebody
but
answer.
yeah, someone, what's established, somebody might think it's the library or mission trails, or, I think that's too broad. I think you should get rid of it.
Okay. All right, we'll answer that question, or attempt to. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have to, Gary.
Of course.
It's almost 9
You're here,
o'clock.
you might as well.
I know, I'm here. 2 questions, one of curiosity. Item 10 says the city will seek to comply with suggested criteria of the Government Finance Officers Association in producing a budget document that meets the distinguished budget presentation criteria. What is that? It's in a policy, and I'm going like,
Where are you at?
I'm
Operating
in the
budget
guidelines,
policy.
in the operating budget policy. It's like, is that really something that we follow? Is that being done, and do we comply with it? Okay, so this is being reviewed by a lawyer. Do we do? Hans is saying yes.
No, that's my understanding, is that we go for that every year, right, Chip?
So after you're finished, are you finished?
Okay, no, two other
Do you
questions.
understand what she asked? I don't.
There's like a designation for
City
having a
guide.
really
All right,
great
so
budget
remember that, and
presentation.
we'll answer it in a second.
Perfect. Okay, and the other one was in the guidelines of the fund balance policy, and it's more curiosity, the city shall maintain reserves required by law. So we've been talking about what reserves are we leaving, and we're selecting what kind of reserves we want. So what are the ones required by law, and what based on what is established to us as by law, ordinance, and or bond covenants? So what is the percentage of those? Are we complying with those or not? That would be my second question. Last one.
You got that?
In the first one, you did? Yes.
Okay.
And the last one is the budget policies, procedures, and guidelines at the end. At the end, it says unencumbered appropriations lapse at year end. And we're just talking about extending funds. Therefore, does that line item really support what we were just talking about? So I'm paying attention. And it's almost 9 o'clock.
I give you an A+ for those comments.
So those are my 3 questions.
All
Sorry.
right. All right, so Hans, you want to,
No,
Jamie, you want to take a stab at it first?
All right. I'm still looking for that last one, actually. That's a good catch. How about this? Let's do it at the back, what I've got on the screen. So fund balance, there's a couple of questions. Number 7, reserves shall be used only for established purposes. That's not there. So We have a reserve of 4.1 for rainy day. We have a reserve of 11 for capital. So that is reserves, and you can only use them for those purposes. That 11 million right now you can only use for capital projects. So that's what that one means. Is there a limit on how long a project can roll? Nope, no limit. But we are going to be doing reporting on this. So you're going to have a chance to see, okay, what's the status on that? Are we going to finish? Is it dead? So it'll roll until you say no. Number 10, the city shall maintain reserves required by law, ordinance, and/or bond covenants. So we have fund balances because we have a 115 trust. We have to leave those fund balances there, can't touch them. So we have fund balances because the city, the library foundation is holding those, but they fold into our financials. They sit there and there's reserve. So that's what must be maintained by law, because there are certain rules around some of the things.
Jamie, don't we have a reserve for our lease obligation bond for Sunset as well?
So we actually have the debt service fund. And so, yeah, so any monies that come in that haven't gone out yet to pay the debt are reserved for serving the debt. That's a pretty small number, though, because it turns over pretty quick. So, and then there was a question on the first set. Shoot. I didn't write it down. Shoot. I'm going to see if I can. We have the operating budget policy, but I'm afraid, well, what was the question on the reserve balances in the capital project list?
Do you remember, Hans?
I can find. That one was on the,
Yeah, we already did
that we
that.
just addressed. So, well, maybe that was it. Oh, here we go. 10 on the next one. The city will seek to comply with suggested criteria for the Governor's Financial Officer Association budget document. So we apply every year and have been receiving, because of the great staff, an award for excellence on our financial statements. We can also apply for a reward or an award based on our budget. So we actually haven't been submitting the budget in the last few years as a separate potential award-winning document. So, but I think all the conversations we're having right now, especially conversations about measuring outcomes and budgeting to goals, is what they're looking for. So we're on track to work towards achieving that goal.
Sounds good. All right. All right, so we're going to bring it back for comments, and I think that Bob has some comments.
I'll go. In the interest of moving along. Jamie, I like everything you've done. Thank you. I think we're on the right track. I just want to, capital budget policy, that your proposal, item number 1, the level of capital improvement expenditures excluding road maintenance program expenditures and lease payments is established at a minimum of 10% of total revenues. I want to offer a revision to the wording, just to make what we're clear, so that, try this, that 10% of the current year revenue, total revenue, must be dedicated to capital improvements regardless of otherwise available resources, or regardless of other fund balances, something like that. The point is, even though you have a lot of money in the bank, you still have to take this 10% of revenues and dedicate it to capital spend. And if you don't spend it, it just rolls forward for those purposes. On the mirror of that would be, I think, an operating budget policy, because if that 10% is true for capital, what's true for operating is the total budgeted annual operating expenditures may not exceed 90% of total revenues, with the remaining 10% dedicated to capital. And finally, I always want to follow up on Hans's comment on the overall adequacy of reserves. That I think when you look at that capital reserve, My speculation, Chip, is that back when we were spending $500 million a year, $500,000 a year on capital, you'd have a 5-year CIP of $2.5 million. Reserving 20% of that was essentially 1 year's worth, and it wasn't a massive number. Right. But in the recent years, partly because I think we've had inflated 5-year plans, especially because of the police station being in there, we've been showing $50, $60, $70 million 5-year CIPs, so that 20%, or essentially saving 1 year, just became a massive number, and it was counterproductive. That was, so it was counterproductive towards capital spending. The good news on the other side of that, though, is it did essentially triple our reserves, and that's not bad. And I think Hans is onto a good idea of let's take some of that and put it, or all of it, but take some of that and put it into our general reserves. Let's try to essentially have one reserve bucket instead of, you used the word, the balkanization of our reserves. The 115 trust is a bit of a reserve for pension, so that one's going to stay there. And I know we've got the others that we've talked about, but I think I would propose that we move from 15% to 50, not to be achieved overnight, and that we let you kind of come up with a strategy for that. But it could be something like, okay, take half of that 10 that's in that capital reserve now and move it over. And these subject to debate, right? You could get more aggressive or less. And then once the 115 trust final payment has been made, start adding to our reserves at a rate of $500,000 a year, $1 million a year until achieved, something like that.
Assuming we're not going to continue to do that. Something like it.
That's a fair question. I mean, I don't think we want to start that conversation now, but it is a really good question. Do we? But I think we should commit to at least what the previous council did and get through the 5th year on it. So those are I've got some wordsmithing stuff that I think I can just share with you.
You should probably send all those to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good.
First of all, Bob and I agree on the concept of just taking the 10% of revenue off the top and, dedicating it, making sure that it gets spent on capital. And I think I would just want to make sure that the definition of operating expenses includes the debt service and the section
and the trust.
115 trust, basically everything but capital, right? So you've got 10% on capital, 90% on everything else is how I would propose to define it. And so that, I think it's what it'll do is it'll make sure that we're spending, a certain amount on capital. And I think that's a great policy. In terms of the operating reserve concept, that's exactly what I feel like. It's the balkanization of our reserves. So having a single rainy day fund, I think, makes a ton of sense. What I would ask is that staff goes and does the analysis you talked about to tell us, first of all, what are the sort of rules of thumb in the space for a small town, and irrespective of that, because the madness of crowds and stuff, from an analytical perspective, what do we feel like in a serious, once or twice a century recession type scenario? What do we need from a reserve standpoint? And then the last thing, and probably if we go that route, it probably doesn't, this last point probably doesn't even matter, but because we may be in a situation where we need to we need to issue some bonds, I think it would be worth just exploring at kind of a cursory level. It's not the right nomenclature probably in the public sector, but what are the sort of net worth and liquidity requirements for bonds? If we want to go issue general obligation bonds for a big, project like the police station, what are going to be those requirements? I think we should probably get our arms around that.
And will these policies affect that, I guess, is what you're getting to before we lock this in stone.
You're jumping ahead, that putting the policies and procedures in place to get bond funding and get the good ratings, that's in our strategic plan. Get it all done and we won't be able to check it off later.
All right. Jeff?
Thank you. So I have a slightly different perspective, this, so thank you, both of you and Jamie for your work. There's a lot of talk, so I would, as sort of some background, I would vote, I would hold my nose a little bit and vote for these policies, but I'm not sure I would vote for the policy. I'm not sure I would vote for the policies as I've sort of heard the revisions tonight, and so I'll go through some of that. I think that there's an actual cost to saving money, and I think that the tenor of the conversation tonight has been saving money and sort of trying to hamstring future councils, and I'm not particularly interested in hamstringing future councils. I'm always reminded of the Glenn Mazingo contract, where the council awarded him a contract that took 4 votes to fire him, and I think that's bad. I'm not willing to substitute my judgment or this council's judgment for the judgment of future councils, and I think that some of the comments I've heard tonight go to that way, and I know that the policies are. I understand. I hear and I understand what the policies are, but I'm generally unwilling to do that. 50% of reserves. I would like to see an analysis of what it would take to require us to use 50. If the reserves were 50%, which would be $15 million. I would like to know. What the 2008, back in 2008 or back in, 2020, like we got through 2020, and to Hans's and Bob's points, we just canceled all the capital projects, and that did a lot to, and it harmed us in other ways, in very unexpected ways. But we got through COVID by doing that, and I wonder whether these policies that we've been talking about, like if we were required to spend 10% of our money on capital improvement project, like how does that policy work with canceling all of our capital improvement project budgets? Like, and it's not that the policy is necessarily bad. It's that I don't understand yet the ramifications of what has been said here. And so I'm not kind of particularly comfortable. I'm not particularly comfortable with that, and I'm worried that sort of the 10% CIP dedication, and I'm worried that the 10% 90% split, which sounds like you want, you're talking about sort of embedding in a little bit of concrete, like embedding it in sand. I'm worried that that's a little bit too restrictive, and takes away the leeway. I don't understand what would happen, what happens, for example, if we find ourselves in a situation where, some of the capital projects don't get done. Like what happens? Like how do these policies affect our budget as we move forward out of bizarre circumstances, or maybe not so bizarre circumstances? And I'll admit it's kind of late, and I didn't follow a lot of the 115 trust conversations that just happened. I wrote down a note. Capital 10%, what about a financial emergency? Like maybe that's an escape valve for, the 10% rules, like declaring a financial emergency. I don't know. I don't know whether that's the case, but I'm not willing at this point to sort of sign on without going through this red line process again. And I would ask, before I make my last comments, I would ask, when you bring this back, Jamie, could you bring back a red line that is not a red line from this document, but is a red line from what our current policy is, so that it's just like, does that make sense? So, Okay, so like what I would like to see is there are lots of red lines like in the operating budget policy, and I would like to still see those red lines. No, so I'm not willing to accept what's here if we're going to make further changes. So let's go back to the beginning and produce a red line from where our policies are now. I have a couple of, like Alessandra, I had a couple of questions about current policies. The capital budget policy on the second page, there's a line in here that says funding for the road maintenance program should improve the pavement condition index. And I don't understand what the ramifications of that are. Like some years we don't necessarily, like I guess the pavement condition index goes down every year, right? Because it of course degrades every year, and then we spend money and it goes up, right? So if we don't spend money, do we still meet this? Do we still meet this? Like I'm not sure what point number 2 has. I don't need anything. I'm just trying to get through so I can go home. The level of capital improvement, the level of right above it, the level of capital improvement expenditures, excluding road maintenance program expenditures and lease payments, is established at 10% according to this policy. Why do we exclude road maintenance program? Like I don't understand why. So now we're talking about 10% on top of road maintenance, and I don't understand why road maintenance gets its own special category and why it shouldn't be included in 10% or whatever we decide to do. So I found that strange, and although I would vote for this, I don't think that's right. And then on the last page, as long as we're sort of everything's open, it says the city will maintain a long-term budget stability reserve consisting of any unassigned general fund balance. When available, the general year-end general fund operating surplus will be dedicated to the long-term budget stability reserve. So what does that mean? Like, I don't understand what that means. Like, I don't think we have an unassigned, I don't think we have this budget stability reserve, do we? Other than that 10 or 15%. So we don't have this. We don't have this fund in our fund balance. And if we're not going to have a fund in the fund balance, then we shouldn't have this statement in the policy. So we should get rid of this statement and work in whatever policy that we decide, to do with regards to reserves or whatever. But we should get rid of that. I think we should just get rid of that statement. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Do you have any comments on that?
I pretty much agree with everything Jeff said.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to. I want to emphasize. I don't mean to I don't. It's not that I agree or disagree with the 90-10. It's that I'm not just ready to sign off on it without thinking about it some more and going through this red line process again to sort of understand what implications are if we follow it.
I think you make really good points, Jeff. So yeah.
Okay. And I believe that you've already been asked to do some what if scenarios overall, so you just added one. Yeah.
The only comment I would make is if one of the concerns, which I share, is like cutting services, right? Like, so it's the projected revenue is $32.5 million for next year. So if you take 10% of that, right, it's like 3.2 million. And currently we're spending all of the revenue, right, on operating expenses. And so you'd have to cut, the implication is you'd have to cut $3.2 million out of your operating expenses. Now, if we chill out a little bit on the sandbagging,
right? And so there's
my question is, what does this really look like? Potentially, there's no impact on services.
Right. So there's this whole question of the sandbagging. There's this whole question of the sandbagging, and I don't, and so that also, the sandbagging is maybe a way to just increase the CIP budget next year because we have this $5 million left over. So I don't understand,
Well, maybe we can have staff sharpen their pencils and say, hey, like, let's make it a little bit less conservative and, not to be irresponsible, but just, to make it a little bit maybe more accurate if we think it's going to be, maybe we'd say that. And then, because I really am interested in, how much of a cut are we actually implying, so.
And I think it's a matter of transparency. It's a matter of making it understandable, making it accurate, and allowing us to accurately have these meetings and know how much we really have to spend instead of just guessing sometimes, right?
I think the beauty of...
I'm a practical person. That's the way I see it.
The beauty of simplifying these reserves is, again, it's just going to simplify, again, whatever you come up with, it's going to be more simple, right? There'll be fewer funds and be more tangible, more understandable for the residents.
I love the fact that we have this many people here at 9:20 and they're asking good questions still. And hopefully next year when we have this simplified and it's easier to explain, people will actually understand what's going on behind the scenes here. And they're also going to see things getting done, and I think that's going to be a positive thing. All right. Any more comments before?
I think it's all good, and I think bringing it back and having us read it again and think about things that may not have come up the first time is a very healthy part of the whole process. So I think it's all good, and once again, I'm really grateful for all the work that Hans and Bob have put into this.
Yeah. And as usual, I'd like to thank the council for doing their homework and coming up here and asking great questions and comments, and staff. It's just wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And we're looking forward to coming back and doing this. What's the date when we're coming back?
Thursday.
May 6th, but we'll be back here.
Oh, wait, that's a different meeting.
Is it May 6th, the next follow-up? May 6th. So I expect everybody here to return since you're highly knowledgeable. And bring lots of your friends. Bring lots of your friends.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Police and Public Works building on Thursday at 10.
Yes.
Someone said evening. It's actually 10 a.m.
Thank you.